There we go. All right, it should be working now. What's good, everyone? Join up the live right now. How's everyone doing today? What's up, everyone joining in? Okay, that's really interesting. I don't know what just happened. We're gonna delete that VOD. What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? I understand. Let's refresh. There we are. What's up, everyone joining in? I'm so confused what was going on. What's up, everyone on YouTube? How's everybody doing? Hopefully everyone is having a good day so far. I was just fixing the stream. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. I shouldn't be live as long today as I typically am. I think I was going to do like 4 hours or so today. It depends on how I feel. I will let everyone know. Let me do this real quick. I have to put that comment, pin comment. Let's pin that real quick. All right, what's good, everyone? We're going to start getting some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria that I have listed on the screen, everyone. We're going to start getting some debates here right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. What's up, Marty? I got you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, it's good. I'm 23.
What's your birth year?
2002.
What month?
May.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's taking care of the border.
He's taking care of the border. And how is Donald Trump taking care of the border in a way in which you think is good?
Well, let me just tell you, he's doing very good, because the border crossings are at a record low, and Biden is letting in millions and hundreds of millions of people.
So you judge the level of secureness of the border based upon the border crossings. So are you telling me that the end of Trump's administration, his first administration, the border wasn't as secure as the end of Biden's first administration?
Well, if you really think about it, the border was much more secure in the Trump's first term. And Biden, it was a disaster, and you know it. The entire stream knows it actually.
Okay, well, you say it was a disaster based upon the level of crossings. And I'm saying at the end of Trump's administration, for his first term, he had more crossings on a daily average comparative to the end of the Biden-Harris administration. So are you telling me that the border that Biden inherited was worse than that in which he gave off to Trump?
Well, the thing is, Biden acted too late on the border, and there's like last whatever months or whatever, he just acted too late on it.
Do you need to go to sleep or something?
Nah, it's nothing, bro.
So what were you just saying?
Uh, I wanted to say that I'm not actually a Trump supporter. I'm just messing with you.
Okay. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Patty, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And Jay, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Let's get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Parker!
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Carson, thank you for the $10. Happy birthday, Carson. Happy birthday. Hope you've had a good day so far. Yo, what's up? How old are you? It might be that type of night here in a second, everyone. We just need to get a debate up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
94.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I actually wanted to talk to you about something because I came up here like a couple days ago and debated you.
Oh, sorry to
And,
talk to you. Okay. I'm sorry.
well,
I'm sorry. I am just looking for people who have not debated so far. It's actually one of the criteria I have on the screen. I appreciate you coming up, though. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Trump's better.
To the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, I support how he's solving the homeless crisis and the Ukraine war all at once.
Okay, how old are you again?
I'm 34.
34, and what's your birth year?
1991.
Okay, and what month?
July. What cancer?
For sure. Okay. So what were the points you said as to why you support Donald Trump again? You said he's reducing homelessness. Specifically, I have
No,
a
I said
question.
he's solving the homelessness crisis, not reducing it.
Okay, so what shelter do people, particularly who are homeless, what do they get?
Well, did you see the federal preserves we're making for them?
No, I'm asking like what specific shelter do they get?
Yeah, I said 30 because I thought it was simple. I didn't know if you needed specifics, but yeah, clarify that for you. I did say 30 at first, but when he asked again, I said 34 and gave him the correct age. Sorry, this girl thought it was funny. I said 30 at first and thought it was a clerical error. I just being simplistic. But again, back to the topic. I like that he's taking the homeless people and militarizing them and sending them to fight in Ukraine.
Okay, they're trolling.
No.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, how old are you?
Hi, I'm
Do
18.
you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Appreciate the building heart. What month?
April.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I just support him because of the whole like E. Jean Carroll thing. I mean, I just disagree with the whole like E. Jean Carroll I don't know, whole case. I guess I just don't think that it's real. I think it's fake.
You think the case doesn't exist? It does exist. Can you tell me one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
Well, can I just bring up like one point that I have, or no? I'm not to do that.
Okay, do you answer my question first?
Well, I mean, the reason why I disagree with the case is because, I mean, instead of her and Trump, it should have been me and you having a tickle fight instead. I mean, I honestly just
Let's
think
go
that
on
it
the
should have
next
been.
person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen,
I'm-
everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria. Yo, how old are you?
19 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why so?
I
Or
support his
actually, what's your birth year?
policies.
Sorry?
2006 in January.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Donald Trump again?
His policies.
What policies?
You have the border, you have immigration, you have securing multi-billion-dollar deals from different countries by making jobs for American people. In Arizona, he's building a chip factory as well, so we can produce our own chips like Japan has.
Due to what policy of his?
Let me check that real quick. If I remember right.
In the meantime, I'll thank someone real quick. Saray, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 for Hyde Parker. Just wanted to stop in for a bit. Good night. Good night, Saray. I hope you have a good night. Hope you have a good night. Appreciate you coming in. Queen some W's for Saray in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Saray. I really appreciate it. As well as Emily, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Emily. I really appreciate it. And Montserrat, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for joining your lives every day. They keep me sane. Thank you. Cute some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as Cad. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Brad with the $5. Thank you. Did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah. It's the until the Trump administration reached historic agreement to accelerate American technology manufacturing leadership. Basically,
Isn't
from
Intel the country or a company that he specifically wanted to take partial ownership over?
Intel Newsroom, because Arizona has most of the copper, so he's building in Arizona for a reason. So if you look
Wait,
up Intel Newsroom, it shows
do you
there every day.
support nationalizing part of Intel?
What do you mean by that?
Like, would you support the U.S. owning part of the company?
U.S. owning full of the company, actually. U.S. is owning full of the company.
No, I said part of the company.
Not part of the company. They're owning 100% of it.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are too, actually. You're wrong.
But even then,
Because-
that would still be nationalization. So do you agree with that?
I do, actually, yeah.
You agree with owning 100% of Intel?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Okay. And why do you agree with that?
Because it's our intel in the first place. We get our chips from Japan, right?
Do you agree with socialism?
Answer the question. Thank you very much. We own chips from Japan,
You
right?
Marxist, socialist, trying to own companies?
Answer the question first, please. Thank you.
You Marxist,
I asked you
socialist,
to answer.
tell me why you support Marxism and
Answer the
socialism.
question. Thank you very much.
Sorry,
So,
I
do we
gotta-
get most of our chips from Japan? Yes or no?
I've got to run the meme. Okay, what were you saying?
Do we own the chips from Japan? Do we buy chips from Japan? Yes or no?
You said, do we buy chips from Japan? Yes, of course.
Okay. So, when we're going to make it into our country, we're going to own all of it, right?
When we make it in our country, we're going to own all of it. No, just because it's made in our country doesn't mean we own all of the company. I was
What do
saying
you mean?
that he said he wanted to get 10% of Intel. Now that's national ownership.
Trump will not own 10% of the Intel, actually. All the United States will own Intel.
10%
So,
of Intel, yeah. that's
American
what I meant.
people will own the jobs of it, right? We will have jobs for us
Okay, if you
to
want
make them.
Okay, if you want to bring back jobs, Trump hasn't had good policy to bring back jobs. Clearly, under his administration, we've seen a decrease in manufacturing investment under his first term and under his term so far. Since he's got into office, we've seen an increase in... Yeah, I can show you from the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Pull the source up, please. Thanks.
Do you want me to pull it up on screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you believe it when I do?
Well, let's see if it's good or not.
Will you believe it when I do?
Let's see it. How good is it?
He can't say. Interesting. Okay, do you see this? This is real manufacturing investment.
2024, stupid fuck.
What'd you say?
It says 2024, stupid fuck. Come on.
Wait, 2024 would be
Don't play stupid shit with me. Pull up
Okay.
our source, thank you.
This is from the St. Louis
That's
Federal
Biden.
Reserve.
That's Biden. Thank you very much.
This,
Look at the bottom screen. Look at the very bottom screen.
yeah,
2024.
this is when
2023.
This is when Trump gets in office. Okay.
Okay. Where's
First term.
2025? Where's
This
2025?
is when Trump leaves off, or Trump
Where
leaves
is
office.
2025?
This is when Biden gets in office. This is when
where's
Biden leaves office.
2025?
This is
Thank you very much.
2025, and then this is the decline.
Okay, how incompetent are you? Like, where's 2025? Thank you very much.
Right
I'm
here.
pulling 2025 up, okay? That is not 2025.
Yes, it is. Why are you mad, bro?
No one's mad. Q1, Q2. What does Q1, Q2 mean for 2025?
That's the quarters for the year.
Okay, what quarter is it for Q1? What's the percentage of that?
What's the percentage of that? What do you mean?
Yes. What is
Are you
percentage of
asking-
jobs?
What's the percentage of This is manufacturing investment.
Yes, but what is for the jobs? Yeah. What are they?
Okay, you want me to reference unemployment? I'll pull up
Percentage-wise.
Yeah, I got you. I'll pull up unemployment. I got you. Are you okay? Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Sky, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Here's some W's for Sky in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Here's some W's for Sky. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Seriously, W's for Sky in the comment section right now. All right, I'll pull it up for you right now. Would you like to see?
Yes.
For sure. Do you see this? This is unemployment.
Violation.
Oh,
No cares.
you just got harassment and bullying violation, so I do have to go on to the next person. But this is showing right here in 2025 that unemployment has gone up since Trump got in office. Here's Trump in office 4.0. Here's Trump now in office here in July, or it has up to July 4.2%. So that's a 0.2% increase since Trump's become president. Push that mustache. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
The nigger, the nigger, the nigger.
You're
the
so
nigger.
gross. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm not American. Did not know. My bad, mate.
You're good. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Alrighty.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
You're 20? What's your birth year?
04.
What month?
December.
December? Okay. December, and you said what year?
04.
And you said you're how old?
20.
Sorry. Okay, just
I know, I don't sound 20. I know.
So why do you support Donald Trump?
Deportation policy.
Okay. Can you name one way in which mass deportation benefits our society?
One way it benefits us, that we have more space in the country.
What do you mean more space?
Like, more space. Like, they're cluttering us.
How are people coming to the country cluttering us? I have a question. Do you think that it would be wrong for there to be more people who have children?
Illegal or illegal? Illegal or legal?
Does it matter? Because we're cluttered,
Yes.
right?
Cluttered as in letting too many illegals come in.
Wait, no. Okay, why wouldn't it just be that? So you're saying that I'm confused. So if
Why?
someone comes in who's legally and someone who comes in here who's not legally in the country,
Yeah.
explain to me the distinction of whether or not in one scenario there's space and whether or not there's not space in the other. I'm confused. People
Because
make
they're allowed to be here and the others aren't. So they're cluttering us.
okay. That doesn't make any sense. Why you would
How
specifically
does it not
use
make
that
sense?
word?
Explain how it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Again, in terms of when you say cluttered, you're trying to say that there's people specifically in the country. There's less people in the country. Okay. So it wouldn't be people that quote unquote shouldn't be in the country under your stand. That's a second flag. Holy shit! I have to hit a restart. You can hop back in the box. It wouldn't be people that are just living in the country that would specifically, or it would be people just living in the country under that standard. It wouldn't make sense that it would be that like they shouldn't be in the country. There's too many people that shouldn't be in the country. That would be the distinction in terms of how many people are in the country, in terms of how much space there would be. Because it's not only classified based upon whether or not they should be in the country. I'm confused. All right, I got to hit a restart here on TikTok, everyone. I already got a second flag for harassment and bullying. TikTok is kind of going crazy right now. I'll be right back, everyone. Give me 1 second, everyone. I'll be right back on TikTok. Give me 1 sec. For the 3.4 thousand people in here, just make sure to hit a quick restart on the live. Click on my account. You should see my account refresh, and then you should be able to click on my profile picture to join back in the live here in a second, everyone. Or I would recommend just go over to YouTube. Parker, get a job on YouTube. Alrighty. We're going to get a quick restart real quick. TikTok has been horrible. What? I ended the live and it didn't even give me like the thing where like I have the recent live recordings. That's so weird. I had to open it myself. What the fuck? That's so weird. Libby, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, like I don't understand what they're meaning by that. Like, oh shit, I just turned down that so low. It should be like 5 decibels below. There we are. That's what it's supposed to be. All right, I need to catch up. Yenahu, and thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $30. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Leone, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Thank you on PayPal. Thank you so much. As well as Brad, thank you for the $5 for the DNC grift bot. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Parker, can you rip my dick and asshole? I need to.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request. Again, if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
August 6th.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
Oh, because he's deporting illegals, and I just don't like him.
Okay. Undocumented immigrants. And why do you not
No,
like
it's
undocumented
illegals.
immigrants?
It's illegals.
No, obviously that would be like a dehumanizing term. Why would
Okay,
you
I don't care.
specifically-
It's illegals.
Okay, so then why don't you say that about Donald Trump? Because he's committed felonies.
No, he's not. That's fake. Those 34 felonies are fake. CNN literally said it was fake.
Who said that it was fake? No one. CNN did not say that it was
Yes,
fake.
it did. Yes, it did.
When did
you go
CNN
look it up, bro?
You want to
How are you not educated? Why are you not educated, bro?
Okay, CNN never reported on that.
Yes, he did.
That's
Yes, it
enough.
did. You're lying. Why are you lying, bro?
You want to tell me the title?
I mean, I don't know the title, but I saw the video.
Agora, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Scott, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. So then play the video.
Bro, it's not my job to educate you.
There's no video.
There is.
You just made that up. Have you been on my live before?
No, it's my first time.
Okay. Okay. So can you give me like a policy of Donald Trump's that you support?
Loki, I don't even know. I just wanted to come up here.
Why?
Because I never been on yours.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this sort of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right, let's go to the next person. Coffee drinker, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you, thank you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as the pinned comment on YouTube. You can also, everyone, support me by tapping the screen here on TikTok and hitting that like button on YouTube. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. It seems like no one's joining in. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Hello? I'm 25.
Yeah. Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, personally, I just think things are better under him. He's done a lot of good things for us.
Such as?
And he's real. He's not, he's not political. I think it's good switch up from the standard that we've gotten that hasn't worked over the last 25 years of my life.
How can you say the presidential candidate is not political? That makes no sense at all.
He's not part of the political establishment.
Okay, so what is the political establishment, and what's bad about the political establishment?
I don't think there's anything wrong with the political establishment. It's just the people that have been in office forever and hasn't done anything positive.
So Trump?
He's been in for, what, 5 years?
And he's done nothing good.
Nothing good?
In net.
You can't say that honestly. Not one thing?
In net. No, I can point to things that I specifically agree with, but nothing that would be unique to him that would be better than what would exist with Democrats. Everything that you'd point to that you agree to some degree with Trump would be so much better with the Democrats. For example, the increase of the child tax credit, Harris was advocating for more. That's a good example.
Well,
An increase from 1,000 to 2,000 is good, but from 2,000 to 6,000 for the first year, 3,600 to being 5 years old, and 3,000 to being 18 is better.
Say that one more time.
Yeah, so an increase from 1,000 to 2,000 is good, but an increase from 1,000 to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, 3,600 to them being 5 years old, and 3,000 to them being 18 is even better.
That is better. You know what else would be better is getting rid of taxes, lowering taxes, so we can keep more of our money.
Yeah, and Kamala Harris wanted to do so for income earners under 400,000.
Yeah, I guess we can't talk about Kamala. Who knows? She never got in.
But like I'm referencing the policy that she was advocating for. She wanted to keep the tax cuts for people whose income is under 400K.
Yeah, but they all say a lot when they're running for office, and they don't do it.
Okay, well then why didn't you say that about Trump? I mean, he did that all the time. He said that he was going to build the wall and make Mexico pay for it. He was going to drain the swamp. He was going to drop the Epstein files. He was going to repeal and replace the ACA. Like I can point to plenty of things.
I mean, I'm no expert, but I do think that part of the wall was paid for
By Mexico because of Trump?
Maybe not Trump specifically, but
okay,
they were bringing
so
in
if it's
from Mexico.
So if it's not because of Trump, then obviously he didn't fulfill what he specifically said he was going to.
What are your thoughts on the Epstein thing?
Maybe
he's on the list.
Appreciate the budding heart. I don't know the conditions of what he's affiliated with it, but I mean, it seems like there's some affiliation, as he would have dropped it, given that he's had so much pressure to do so, and that he literally ran on doing so. He literally told people it was a hoax, created by the Democrats, which, makes no sense at all. And then claimed right after that he doesn't want the support of anyone who wants him to release it.
Yeah,
so how do you feel about that? So do you want to release it?
Well, I don't know if just releasing a list.
Do you want to release the Epstein files? Yes or no?
I think that anyone who would do something so horrible and that participated in it should all go to prison or worse.
So do you think the Epstein files should be released?
I don't know what the Epstein files are. If there is any documentation that points to
crimes, do you think that they should be released?
Yes.
Okay, if you agree that they should be released, well then Donald Trump says he doesn't want your support.
He said that if you think...
Yeah, why do you support him given that he doesn't want your support?
I don't. What do you mean? He said that if we want the Epstein files, that he doesn't care about me.
Yeah, if you want the Epstein files to be released, then he said he doesn't want your support. So why do you support him, given that he doesn't want you to support him?
Because he's done a lot of good things.
So you support him even though he doesn't want you to support him. Does that not sound absurd to you?
His words were, if you want the Epstein files, I don't want your support.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Donald Trump said, if you want the Epstein files, he doesn't support you.
Yeah, no, he doesn't want you to support him.
He said that?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
How do you feel about that? He doesn't want your support.
Well, if he said that, then, I mean, that's a little fucked up.
And would that get you to stop supporting him?
Probably not. I mean...
The guy says, stop supporting me. And you're like, nah, you know what? I'm going to keep doing it.
It's his movement that I support, not so much the person.
Like, what about the movement?
I mean, just America first in general.
America first. Can you name one Trump policy that is America first?
Yeah, I mean, cutting out a lot of wasteful spending in foreign countries. Like, why are we paying
Such as?
Sesame Street in the Middle East? Or
what'd you say?
I have a buddy that's...
Why are we paying for what, you said?
Sesame Street in the Middle East.
Well, I mean,
our foreign policy over the last.
Do you realize how small of a percentage of the budget that would be?
It's still wasteful spending. Like we like.
Okay, do you not think that it's wasteful? Do you not think it's wasteful spending to spend trillions of dollars a year, specifically on literally tax loopholes not being in place properly? We can point to the fact that billions of dollars a year are literally stripped out of the working class, given it is the case that they could otherwise be having a universal healthcare system that would save them $450 billion a year on average per year, and at $4.5 trillion over the next 10 years. Plus, we can point to the $4 trillion more that $4 trillion more that Trump added to the debt comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, right? And $4 trillion less that we'd expect for this administration comparative to what would be the case if Harris was in office, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. So doesn't that sound like wasteful spending to you? Hello? Are you there? What just happened? Chat, what just happened? I can still hear him there. I think he's just pretending to not be able to respond. Celine, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna thank some people real quick. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Jessica, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He just left, by the way. He just left. Nathaniel, thank you so much for the 90 cents. Thank you. I get you, but I've spent so much time. Tish, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Mackenzie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. And Anonymous, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Venmo didn't show me, so I have to go to Gmail, but I will make sure to read that. Let me go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next person, everyone. Please, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
20. I'll be 26 tomorrow.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Damn, you're not even gonna tell me happy early birthday before we start?
Happy early birthday. I'm asking, do you support Donald Trump to make sure you can be on the stream?
Oh, well, of course.
Okay. So, why do you support Donald Trump? Oh, actually, before you do, can I just say, Anonymous, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's like, actually, that's so horrible to hear. That's so horrible to hear. I'm so sorry about that. I'm glad that we can create a distraction. I really hope that, you know, everything goes well. And I hope that it is the case that there is a recovery. And I hope that, you know, I hope that they live well beyond that. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's really hard to hear. I know exactly what that's like in terms of me having a family member specifically also who had dementia as well. It's really hard to hear. I hope you have people around you can speak to and talk to. I just want to say it's really a lot to deal with. Okay, so sorry. What is the reason why you support Donald Trump?
Because he's putting more money in our pocket.
In what way?
No tax on overtime.
Okay. You understand that that's a deduction for $12,500 for overtime, meaning that you're only going to save the top marginal tax rate that you have times $12,500 if you make at least $12,500 in that.
It's a lot of math to concentrate when I've been up since 4 in the morning.
Okay, so what's your
Am I
top
saving
marginal
money
tax
or
rate?
not?
20 to 30%. If you make 12,500, it would be 20-30% times 12,500. That's what you would save. But what you're not taking into account is that Harris would have also wanted the overtime cuts along with the no tax on tips. Right. That was specifically a policy that she advocated for because she wanted to do tax cuts for the working class.
So you're saying I'm not making more money?
I'm saying that is there a way you can do that later? I'm saying that Harris would have led to conditions in which you would have lower taxes likely given that you're in the working class, and whereas Donald Trump would specifically lead to likely you having higher taxes, and it is the case that you would have more debt because it is the case that the tariffs would disproportionately or are disproportionately raising the taxes for people who are lower and middle income because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products comparative to people who are rich, therefore shifting the burden of taxation from people who are higher income through the context of an income tax to people who are lower income through the context of tariffs.
And how are we supposed to know everything you're saying is true?
I'm explaining it to you and I'm explaining why it's the case.
Where's your facts?
I just explained it. What would you like me to provide facts for?
I don't know, man. I'm just fucking with you.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
So I just want to first state my issue with what's wrong with both parties. I feel like especially the Democrat Party. I mean, it's an issue with Republicans too. Is that I feel like you, especially Parker, I'm not trying to throw anything at you. I feel like you want Donald Trump to have a bad term in presidency. So I feel like that's like not right. That does go for both parties. I feel like people are so against each other. There's not much civil these days.
Can you explain to me why I would want him to do bad things under my own worldview?
I feel like you never want to admit.
Contradictory. Isn't that contradictory?
You never want to admit his rights,
I will admit when he does things that are
Anyway,
good,
let's
but
get
he
through
rarely
the
does
bylaw.
things that are good.
I mean, he cut tax cuts from 15 million goods for
You said what?
deductions. He's has over 16 million product and taxpayers. Kamala Harris couldn't even fail to do more than 5 million.
I go back to what you were saying. I didn't understand what you were saying.
I'm doing right now. I'm doing what you're doing to all of us doing live. You say things really fast, and no one understands, and we all just believe you somehow. When we all know your facts aren't really backed up, you just say it really fast in a way that makes it believable to people, and you get really
you could
dumb.
Just ask for clarification.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really a knowledgeable supporter. I'm kind of dumb. I'm just trying to show people an example of what you do, of how you talk very fast to these people who don't know as much as you. But most of your facts are, they're not all correct. Like the stuff you say,
Like what?
guys. I can't point out to a specific one, but I know most of your facts. You say it fast in a way, and you end off in a way to make it believable. You have a lot of debate logic. You have that debate voice to where you try to persuade people into your voice. And I know what you're doing, man. Most of your facts aren't true. I've seen some people on this live from Trump supporters come up saying some stuff that you knew they were right, but then you go to something so much different. You'll start talking about your donations when it's getting a really good conversation, right? They're bringing some good points. So they're looking to burn you. You'll go to something different, or you'll bring up something random, and then that'll come change the flow. And then your fast voice, man. That's all I gotta say, man. So what do you gotta say to that?
Could you just give me an example?
I'm sorry, I can't recall it. I'm sorry, but every time I'm on the live, I'm just being honest. You talk fast.
I'm sorry that I speak fast. If you would like
Yeah,
me
I
to
know.
clarify,
Yeah.
if you'd like me to clarify in this conversation anything that I say at any point in time, I can clarify right after.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry. I mean, that's all I had to say. I mean,
You don't want to have a conversation with me?
I'm sure you're a great job. The debate's awesome. I love that you're doing this. It's actually very good for TikTok for people to see a civil way of politics, not just going at each other, which I think is the best way to talk about politics.
Could you give me a policy of Donald Trump's that he influenced get passed that you like?
Yeah, no abortion.
Okay, what about his abortion policy do you like?
I'm Catholic. God is my number one to me, and the Bible, Catholicism's teachings, and I just think
what does the Pope think about Donald Trump?
I don't. So not all Catholics have to support Trump. That's not how it works.
Well, I'm just saying, what does the Pope think about Donald Trump?
I don't know. What does he think? I didn't read about it.
Doesn't he say not to support Trump?
We don't have to follow the Pope. All Catholics don't follow what the Pope says. Not
Really?
everything he says. We follow what he.
Who
hold on, we
determines
follow-
the
hold on,
interpretation of Scripture?
We follow what he says religiously, but politics-wise, you don't have to follow what people say.
So separation of church and state, right? So then why did you use Catholicism as a reason as to why you support Donald Trump if it is the case that you can't use religion to influence your politics?
That's why I don't support abortion.
Wait, but that wouldn't make any sense as to why you'd want to make it illegal, again, given that you just said that religion shouldn't influence your politics.
Well, Trump or religion should influence politics. It should.
So then you shouldn't support Donald Trump because you follow the Pope, right?
I don't like this new Pope. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really like his You don't have to like every
Okay,
pope.
so then are you not? Wait, okay, then where do you get your interpretation of scripture?
From Jesus Christ.
Oh,
The
okay.
Bible.
Okay, so
Church every Sunday.
from your own interpretation? Sounds like you're
No,
not
from the
Catholic
Bible.
anymore.
From the Bible, from scripture readings. Do you believe in
Yeah,
God, Parker?
and like who determines the interpretation of
Do you
that
believe in
scripture
God,
reading?
Parker? Do you believe in God?
I'm a devout Christian.
No, you're not. Because one time on this live, I've heard you say it was very disrespectful. So someone came up here and said they were talking about God, and you were talking about how, oh, if God was so perfect, why couldn't he just stop this from happening? Well, first of all, it's not how it
Dude,
works.
I'm sorry, you're thinking of Dean. You must be thinking of Dean.
No.
I'm Christian.
Parker,
Dean is
I
not
promise.
Christian.
Parker, I promise you said that, and that actually really
Dude,
offended.
I'm sorry, like that. I get that, but I promise you that was Dean, bro. That was not me.
No. Don't
Dean,
rally
Dean
your
is
finger.
Dean is like a known atheist. I'm the Christian.
So you're Christian.
Yeah.
So why don't you support Trump if you're Christian? Kamala Harris is all non-Christian.
Separation of church and state, dude.
Kamala Harris
Kamala
doesn't even. She didn't even want to say Merry Christmas to her supporters. That is sad.
Who cares?
That
I'm sorry. Are you like complaining? Are you becoming a snowflake at her not wanting to say certain words?
No.
Wow, you are like,
No.
dude. Imagine.
No.
I care
Listen,
more
you're
about
devout Christian.
I care more about the 420,000 children a month that are going to lose their food in terms of free school lunch and free school
Well, I do
breakfast
too.
because
Of course I
of
do
Donald
too.
Trump's big beautiful bill. The 420,000 children a month are going to lose
Look.
their fucking food. And
No,
you're okay with that?
Has it happened yet? Has it happened yet?
It's going to.
Has it happened yet though? Has it?
Wait,
Has
so
it?
are you going to support it happening when it does?
No, hell no, fuck no, man. I'm not evil. It's not gonna happen.
So then
though. When
why
it
do you
happens,
support?
know,
So then why do you support
know what?
Donald Trump's
'Cause
policy?
every president has.
So to clarify, you don't support the big beautiful bill, right?
Well, the big beautiful bill doesn't fully. You're saying it wrong. See, here comes your facts again. It's not gonna do that. First of all.
The big beautiful bill does do that, according to the Congressional Budget Office. Don't
No,
lie.
hold on. You're
Don't
gonna
lie.
see,
Don't
man.
lie. That's a sin. Don't lie. That's a sin.
All right, here we go. See, that's the shit you do, man. Like, oh, the don't lie, that's a sin
Dude,
thing. Oh, like all.
Yeah,
devout
dude.
Christian, like you.
I am a devout Christian. How dare you break one of the 10 Commandments?
Yeah, you're not devout.
You better repent. You better repent right now.
I'm not gonna lie. You are a D1
I'm
race
serious.
baiter. You know
I'm
that.
serious. Repent right now.
Hold on. First of all, man, Jesus Christ is real. He's gonna come down to earth. He's gonna save you. Just put your faith
Yeah,
in him.
yeah,
I'm
and he's
telling
gonna
you.
save you from your sins if you don't fucking repent
Yeah, of
right
course.
now,
I
buddy.
know we're all sinners.
Right
We're
now,
all
repent.
sinners.
Repent, buddy.
I did. I actually repented an hour ago. I went to confession an hour ago.
Well, then you got to do it again because you fucked up already.
No, I didn't. How am I?
Yeah, you
I'm
did.
saying,
You just
I'm
did it
saying
on
what
the
I believe.
live. You literally just
saying
sinned
what I
on the
believe.
live, dude.
I'm saying what I believe. You're disrespecting God right here. And you know you
How?
are.
How am I
You'll find out.
How am I disrespecting God for calling out
You're
you for
mocking it.
sinning?
You're mocking. You're
I'm
mocking.
not
You're saying, oh,
mocking
you should go
anything.
repent.
I'm not mocking
You're doing
anything. I'm literally
you're
just
doing
calling you
okay.
out for sinning.
You're doing it in a sarcastic way. We all know, man.
I'm
Come
not
on,
doing
dude.
anything in a
You are.
sarcastic
You are.
way, dude.
You
What
have
are you
that smirk
talking
in your face.
about?
Oh, saying, oh, repent. Oh, yo, go say your sins. You do.
Wait,
We all-
I'm sorry.
you're being sarcastic.
Is it wrong for me to ask you as a Christian to repent?
Bro, stop being sarcastic, okay?
I'm
Just,
not.
we all know
I'm
you could care less.
I'm just saying, dude. You hold the view. Why don't you apply it to yourself? You're sinning,
Dude.
like on my live stream, and you're not repenting for it. What the hell, man?
Okay, what's the definition of a sin, and how did I sin?
A transgression from God, right? You literally violated one of the 10 Commandments.
How? Tell me.
Can you tell me the first 3 books of the New Testament?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Matthew, Mark, Luke.
Okay, interesting. Can you tell me 3 of the 10 Commandments?
Yep. Don't disrespect your father and mother. Do not commit adultery. Do not steal.
Okay, and Donald Trump's commit 2 of those, right?
Yeah, everyone commits sins, right? Everyone commits sins. I'm not going to attack Trump's character. I'm just going to attack his policy, attack the way he governs the country. I could care less what the fuck he does, okay? I could care less.
You could care less what he does? So I have a
All I
question.
care about.
So I have a question. If Hitler held Donald Trump's policies, would you support him over Kamala Harris?
See, now you're going into here. This is literally a debate. I forgot what the debate term is. This is the debate term where you I forgot what it's called.
Reductio ad absurdum.
No, it's something like I just learned it in my debate class. You're doing this.
I'm doing what
thing.
you were learning in your debate class.
No,
Yeah,
you're going
dunking on
into-
you.
You're trying to
it's like a hard yes, hard no type of thing you're doing. Like we're going to a topic, and you go, oh, so if he goes to Hitler, like right away, like an unrealistic. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to support Hitler, dude. Trump's not going to do that, okay?
Well, yeah. So, no, I'm just asking, like, so obviously it is the case that you wouldn't support Donald Trump no matter what. There are certain things
Also,
Donald
now you're
Trump
going
could.
to say, oh, I'll give you proof that he does do that or some shit like that.
No, I'm saying there's certain things. I'm saying there's certain things Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him. For example, if Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would you support him still?
Oh, did he do that? You're going to say, oh, if I say no, oh yeah, but you know what? He did that. I'll show you the proof. I'll show you the video, right? You're going to do that?
I mean, you think Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles?
I mean, I'm not, dude.
Well, I'm saying, given that happens, would you support him?
So you said termination of what articles?
All rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. I'm just seeing how far you'd go.
No, you're gonna say he did that, but whatever. But no,
you wouldn't support him.
Oh, here we go. You're gonna be like, oh, what? So why do you support someone you don't support?
Dude,
he did do that.
Do you think that he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles,
Dude,
even those found in the Constitution?
No.
You don't think he did that? So then I'm just trying to see how far you're gonna go with this, dude.
No.
So you wouldn't support him?
No. Oh, bring up your video. Yep. Type your video. Oh, here we go. Type your info. Type your video like you do every time.
I'm not. There's no video. There's
no.
I promise you. I'm not going to show you any video. Like, I seriously will not show you any video. Like, no video will be shown at all. No video.
Yep, here it is.
No video will be shown at all.
Type your info like all the time. You can never say stuff from your mouth.
Promise
I can do that too.
I
can
promise
find facts
you,
too, right?
no video will be shown. No video. Can you read this for me here, sir?
So, with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception, working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles. All the chat is blocking the last part of the words. Hold
really?
on.
The chat is blocking it? Can you read it now?
Even though it's found in the Constitution, our great founders did not want, and will not condone, I don't even know what the fuck this is saying, false and fraudulent elections.
Okay.
I don't even know what the fuck. So what is this? What is the point of that?
Maybe you would get it if you could critically think. Okay, so obviously it was the case that you said that you wouldn't support him if he were held. I mean, if he said he would terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He did say that. He did say that. Wait, hold up. He did say that. Therefore, you wouldn't support him, correct?
Hold on. You literally have like a rule book of what you say to people, like how you're gonna do it. You're gonna go into a topic that like people like that can fool them, right? And just go all the way down that path, and then it's gonna be like, oh, boom, oh wow, he burned them there. So what were you saying? My bad.
No, I'm serious. Like, you said you wouldn't support him if he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
You said this 30 billion times.
And then I showed you evidence of him doing that, and now are you supporting him still?
No, the evidence. He did not terminate all the rules.
He called.
You can't shoot people, right?
He called for it. You read it. He literally. You read it. You read it. Is this not a real tweet?
Hold on. It's one of the rules in this by the president. You cannot shoot people in the head for no real reason, right? That's still a rule, right?
Wait. Were you lying to me? Were you sitting on my live stream when you said that you wouldn't support him if he calls for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
Dude, all right,
because I don't think God the fucking Father would be happy with that, buddy.
That's just disrespectful.
Tara, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you.
You are definitely not a Christian.
What are you talking about, dude?
Bro, you're lying. I really heard you in other lives, like mocking God and saying like, oh, if he. Let me explain to you. When you said if God was so perfect, why didn't he stop this from happening? Why didn't he stop the hunger of little kids from happening? First off,
do you have an answer to that question, man? Wait. Do you have an answer to that question?
Answer my question. I want to say.
Yeah, like seriously, genuinely, like.
On here. It's whatever you want to do, whatever you want to say. It's whatever the most.
Wait, no, hold on. I just want to ask. Do you have an answer to that question? If God is perfect, why would there be starving children?
Oh yeah. Okay, God is perfect. Okay, it's all a part of His plan. It's not God's choice. Okay, we have free will. Okay.
Okay.
If God was perfect, then we wouldn't be living.
Who created our
perfect? You wouldn't be talking live.
Answer this question. Who created our biology?
God created everything.
Okay, if God created our biology, could God have
Dude, you
created
go
our
to this stupid, like,
Listen,
these
listen,
random
watch this,
points
watch
that no one
this,
cares
watch
about,
this,
bro.
watch this. Could God have created our biology in such a way in which we didn't require food in order to survive?
Dude, repeat that. So you
Could,
say stuff so like, dude.
I
no
got
one
you. I got you. I'll say it slower. I'll say it slower. Could God have created our bodies in such a way in which they do not require food in order to survive?
Could God have created our bodies in such a way that do not require food in order to? Oh yeah, he could have created us in any way.
Okay, so then why did he choose to create our bodies in such a way in which we could starve to death, knowing that children would starve to death, given that he could have created our bodies in a way in which we would never starve to death?
So what about all the other factors that go in life? Why are you just going to starvation? These other factors. What about like thirst? What about like
yeah, I could ask the same thing about
anxiety. So if it was like that, then there would be no world. There would be no humans. It would just be all perfect. The world would not exist. God created this world.
We would be in heaven, right? So we'd be in heaven. So God could put us directly in heaven, but he chooses not to.
Exist. It's not work.
So by the way,
we would have no context. There would be no.
I don't want to make this a religious debate. I was just giving you the argument so that you couldn't continue to strawman it. But yeah, no, I'm not Christian. I was just trolling you. I was applying your own worldview against yourself, and you seemingly like couldn't identify that it was like literally just your worldview being applied to yourself.
You said straw man. That's the word I was trying to debate. So you definitely don't believe in God after what you definitely don't believe in God. Like, you like Kamala, smart. I respect whatever you believe.
Kamala.
Yeah, my bad. I don't know.
Dude,
why
I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm a devout Christian. I'm serious. Like I'm such a devout Christian. Like I probably go to church more than you.
No, you don't.
Yeah, dude. I'm a devout Christian. I repent every single day.
You're being sarcastic. You're just disrespecting people's religion. Like that's not like.
No, dude. I literally dude.
Say Kamala, you get all offended. Well, Kamala, wow. Oh. That's such a big difference.
Kamala. But yeah, I'm just messing with you because I just said it, and then you're like, oh, of course, you're definitely not Christian. So I was just running with the joke because you just didn't hear me say that I was just not Christian right then. But I just want to let you know, you're at my church right now, buddy. How does it feel?
Rage bait. You're trying to like be funny to your little liberal supporters and all the people out there, dude. I know your whole like thing as lives is you get retarded. I mean, you're gonna be like, kind of like you.
No, don't do that. It's fucking gross. Fucking gross. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
April.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. I have to go.
Mara, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you. Do you support Donald Trump? Oh, they just left. Nightblade, thank you so much for the $4.21. Kristen, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 for I think you should talk faster. Valkyrie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jolish, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Tithing to Parker's Church, diabolical. Libby, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you for the 10 children. Thank you. Sky, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Maybe in college or just like outside of it. I think they were old enough. Let's go on the next person. Did I just get a second flag? I'm not quite sure. I think that was just one for the stream. I think that was just one for the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
06 December.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yes.
And why is that?
Because it's economic and foreign policies.
Okay, what economic and foreign policy? Is it lagging for everyone on YouTube? People are saying it's lagging for them on TikTok. I don't know why. No. Okay, so it looks like it's just like a TikTok issue, everyone. Yeah, it looks like it's a TikTok issue. Do give it a second on TikTok, everyone. I'd recommend everyone to go over to the YouTube because YouTube seemingly isn't lagging at all, and it's just a TikTok issue. It's seemingly just a TikTok issue. Oh, wait. I mean, it could just also be going over and carrying over soon to YouTube. I don't know. I don't know why my connection wants to do this. It's really frustrating. If you're on YouTube, make sure that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. It's better now. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 25.
And what's your birth year?
99.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, I just think he's the lesser of two evils.
Why is that?
Well, I think Kamala Harris has a lot of sort of socialist leftist policies that I think are really, really hurt a lot of people. And I think Trump just doesn't.
Can you define socialism?
Yeah, I would just call it, I would just say it's like anything to do with, like, I would say it's more anti-capitalist, that I have a problem with than, sort of like pro-socialist sentiment.
No, can you define socialism?
Like in the classical Marxist sense.
In the sense that you're using it in reference to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I would probably define it in the classical Marxist sense. Just it's I think that a lot of leftists believe that it's sort of the intermediary stage in between capitalism and communism. I think that's the wrong way to go.
So you think that Kamala Harris is advocating for an intermediate stage to communism? What policy of hers is advocating for an intermediate stage to communism?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that. I don't think she's necessarily saying that, but I think that a lot of people who support her are.
Okay, wait. Okay. So can you please explain to me how she's advocating for socialist policies, or how she has socialist policies just because there are socialists that support her? Then you would argue that Donald Trump has KKK policies because it is the case that the KKK supports him.
Well, not necessarily, because I think that socialism in the U.S. is a much bigger problem than the KKK. I don't think the KKK is
What? That is nuts. That is fucking crazy. You did not just say that. You did not just say that.
Well, they're orders of magnitude different.
You just said that socialists are more of a threat to the country than people who are literally in the KKK. You're fucking delusional. What? People advocating for worker democracy and economic democracy and like healthcare for the poor, right? Childcare, housing affordability, right? Like they're worse than the KKK to you?
Well, I'm talking about orders of magnitude here. How many KKK members are there, and then how many people are advocating for communism?
I don't think that matters. You're referencing a literally domestic tea group.
Right. I'm just saying.
Do you think socialists in our country are part of a domestic tea group?
Yes, I think a lot of people.
What? You think democratic socialists in our country are a part of a domestic tea group?
Well, yeah, I think a lot of them would support stuff like that.
Wait, hold up. So you're telling me when I used to be a socialist, when I advocated for market socialism, right, worker cooperatives, you're saying that I was a part of a domestic terrorist organization?
No, not at all.
Okay, you see how ridiculous that is. Okay, so how are you going to compare a domestic tea group to literally socialists? I don't understand that. And also, again, that's again not even Kamala Harris. You said Kamala Harris. Hold on. You said. I want you to be clear. What socialist policies did Kamala Harris have?
Well, it would just be like healthcare, like the state subsidizing anything really. I have a problem with. But to go back to the socialist.
Okay, so then you disagree. State subsidization of anything. So then you disagree with Donald Trump taking over 10% of Intel, right?
Yes, I do. I think that's the most fascist thing he's done to date.
Not the federal takeover of DC.
Well, no, because I go by the Mussolini definition of fascism, which is the economy and the state working together. So yeah, I think that I heavily disagree with his decision to take.
I don't think you can just say fascism is the economy and the state working together.
But I mean, that's just what Mussolini said, so that's the definition I'm going with.
Yeah, that is such a simplistic notion of referencing fascism. I don't think it can be reduced down to just that. Because wait, then wait, I have a question. Do you believe in any level of social services?
I mean, it's an interesting question. I think there's a role that the state should play, but I think that we're so far removed from sort of
answer the question. Like, do you think there should be any level of social programs?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you're agreeing that there should be some type of state and private partnership in terms of supplying and distributing goods within the economy. Therefore, under your own view, you're a fascist.
No, because you can have social programs without the state.
Really? So you don't think there should be a state?
No, I think there should be a state.
So then you think there should be a state, and you think that there should be social programs enforced through the context of the state. So then you're advocating for fascism under your own worldview?
No.
You said that that's fascism.
No, I think you're going for this overly binary definition. I think.
Wait, I'm going for that definition? Really?
Well, yeah. I mean, can we go back to how I was saying that Kamala Harris was Trump was the lesser of two evils?
Sure, buddy.
Yeah, I just think that when I was saying that the KKK is less of a problem than socialism, it's like if you have a house and you have ants in the house and you have no cockroaches in the house. I'm saying I don't want ants in the house, and there's like there's an ant problem. There's not like a cockroach problem, you know? Like
what
KKK
are you even saying, bro? You're making no sense. You are just yapping right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
They're two evils, and I think one is a much bigger problem than the other.
Okay, and I understand that you think for some reason socialists in the country are a greater problem than the KKK. I think that's fucking nuts. I think that's insane. And to say that socialists are at a greater threat to the country than a domestic terror organization is fucking crazy.
Well, my point is that the domestic terror organization has like zero influence.
I'm sorry. Alt-right domestic terrorism is significantly higher than left-wing domestic terrorism, according to our own FBI stats.
Well, I mean, but you look at the left, like you look at what the left wing believes, and they just hate America.
Yeah, they hate America. I mean, they called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. They incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and were convicted of it. Seriously, they're so anti-America. The left is so anti-America that it did that, right?
Yeah, you're not going to get me to say that Trump is some infallible king, and that I think that all right wingers.
Wait, but I'm saying if the left did that, would you say that about them?
If the left did. If the left did what? What would I say?
Did you hear anything I just said?
No, I missed what you just said.
If the left incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and then pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, would that be acceptable?
No.
Would you say that you shouldn't support a candidate that did that?
No, I would say, but I don't think that January 6th was acceptable either.
Okay, so would you ever support a candidate that did that?
Would I ever support a candidate that did January 6th?
No, that incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers.
Yes, I would.
You would? You would vote for them?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what do you mean? They're addressing crime or wait, what are you talking about? They're anti-America. You're anti-America by saying that you would vote for a candidate that's done that.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's a very, very popular sentiment in left-wing and far left-wing circles that America is this imperialist oppressor that
it is.
All the products of it are bad. Right. Well, yeah. I mean, there you go.
No one's saying every product of the United States. No one is saying every product of the United States is bad, but we are acknowledging the imperial level of destruction that the United States has caused on a worldwide basis. That's true.
Right, and I'm saying I think that sentiment, that worldview, I think that's more
acknowledging reality. Anything. Acknowledging reality.
How is that reality?
Because it actually is the case that it happens. I
what
can give you
happened.
specific examples. Do you agree with what Israel is doing in Gaza?
No.
Okay. Do you agree that the U.S. has funded that?
Yes.
That's an example of U.S. imperialism. You
Sure,
agree with
I
me
don't
that
think
the
you
U.S. is imperialistic and bad, and you think that acknowledging that isn't a bad thing because you just did it right now.
No, I don't think acknowledging it isn't a bad thing. I think that to say that the U.S. I think that it goes too far. I think we're going
In
too
what way?
far in saying that
In what
that
way? Be specific.
capitalism. I think that there's a huge anti-capitalist sentiment on the left. I think that there's a huge
Everyone who's a liberal is anti-capitalist to some degree because you believe that capitalism is some ailments that we need to solve. Now, it's not to say you're truly 100% anti-capitalist. You're not advocating for any type of other structure, but there is social safety nets, there is regulations that we agree with putting in place that is totally legitimate and good. So I have a certain degree of being anti-capitalist myself because there are plenty of aspects of the capitalist system that are harmful.
Right. No,
that I want
like
to get
that
rid of.
because I agree, but I think that I think we're both acknowledging it's a spectrum here. But I think that you and maybe it's not you, but I think that the people on the left that I don't like want it to be much more on one side of the gradient, and I want it to be much more on the other
Okay, just
side.
tell me what about like my view that you dislike.
Well, my guess is that you would probably support certain roles that the state would play that would subsidize certain things in the economy that I think would go too far.
Like what?
Like the way we go about healthcare, the way we go about just funding all types of stuff. What do you think about what Trump's doing with Jerome Powell?
Healthcare. I have a question. What's Donald Trump's healthcare policy?
I think Trump doesn't really like. I'm not a big Trump supporter. I don't think he's like a great guy, like I said. But again, I think Kamala's.
But you're literally on a live right now talking to me about why you support Donald Trump. Don't act like you're not a Trump supporter. If you could go back in time, you said you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. You are a Trump supporter.
Right, he's the
You
lesser
are
of two
MAGA.
evils.
Don't try to distance yourself just because you realize the argument's not good. Now,
Okay,
he
but
doesn't have a
if I'm
healthcare
voting for him
plan.
because he's the
And how
lesser
can
of two
wait, hold
evils.
up, please. Donald Trump has no healthcare plan. You don't know what Kamala Harris's healthcare plan is. You don't even know what my position on healthcare is. And yet you said that my position is worse than Trump's. You don't know what either of our positions are.
Okay, so I mean, what do you do you think Trump is better or worse for the economy than Kamala Harris?
I think he's significantly worse for the economy.
Okay, I think he's significantly better.
In what way? Can you name one economic policy he influenced to get passed that you think was a benefit to our society?
Yeah, I think he's trying to get. I think he's trying to get the Fed to lower rates, which I agree with.
That's not a policy that he's influenced to get passed. Secondly, the Fed doesn't listen to the president just requesting, right?
Okay,
Trump
but
was
how-
doing
like-
this in 2019, and that didn't do very well for him.
Sorry, say that again.
He was asking for Jerome Powell to do this in 2019, and Jerome Powell said no. Essentially,
but,
said
I mean-
fuck off.
But you understand that? I mean, Powell just did a press conference where he said he is going to lower rates, right?
Not because of Trump.
Right. Well, it's because they looked at the economic data and they said
So it
it's
has
probably
nothing to do with Donald Trump.
okay. But I'm saying that Trump wants to lower rates. I agree with that.
Yeah, but like that has nothing to do with his power. He has no authority to lower rates.
Right. I agree with that. I mean, what do you think of the existence of the Fed in the first place? Because I think in a way both left and right wing have a problem where they both want to have pass these economic policies, but it's the Fed that pulls the strings the entire time.
You don't know the goal of the Fed. The goal of the Fed is to operate on a dual mandate for maximum employment and price stability. So like
Right,
it's trying to keep all it's trying to do is keep the economy in check.
Right, I know, but I disagree with the premise that you could have one centralized authority that manages the interest rate that banks are allowed to lend with in order to maximize or minimize unemployment and inflation.
Well, then you disagree with any response to recessionary periods, which is diabolical because it is the case that we can't have a proper and actually healthy response to any type of recessionary period if that's true. You're saying that we should have had no COVID funding at all, essentially.
No,
for
I'm saying that
emergency
I disagree with having a response. I think a recession is a healthy purge of malinvestment in sort of like I would align myself more with Hayek than with Keynes here.
Well, then, if you would specifically just be okay with the fact that people are going to be disenfranchised to that extent, well, then I would say that's bad, and I would say that it doesn't actually provide you any benefits, and that you'd have greater benefits in the long run in terms of productive capacity if it is the case that you don't let that recession undergo. If you limit,
Okay, well, I
or
would
if
say
you limit the recession from happening, I think there's more growth in the long run than if you allow the recession to occur, because
I
it is the
just think
case that
that people who make
there are demand lags in our economy. Okay, if we have demand lags because we don't decide to funnel money into our economy, it is the case that we're not meeting the level of productive capacity that we could be meeting with our current economy. Okay? So what I'm saying is that under your model, we don't actively meet any of this level of productive capacity that we could actually meet because of the demand lags.
Okay, wait. So can you re-explain how demand lags don't allow us to meet productive capacity?
Yeah, because it is the case that we have the capacity within the means of our society to be able to supply those particular services. The demand just does not exist. If the demand existed, then that supply would exist.
Right, but you're saying that there's but it's this basic Keynesian argument that's saying there's a lack of aggregate demand in the economy, which is slowing it down. Right.
Yes.
I think that's a totally flawed premise. The demand exists. You don't need to incentivize people to spend in the economy. People are going to spend whether they like it or not. When you borrow, you're creating a point in time in the future where you necessarily have to pay that back. So when you increase
and if
the amount
and
of
if you have any
spending-
level of inflation that lowers the valuation specifically of that debt, then incentivizing you to be able to then engage in that behavior in the very first place, which incentivizes investment, incentivizes engagement within the context of the economy, increases real growth. I mean, I can give you plenty of different ways how this is better for GDP, real GDP. It's better specifically for real wage conditions.
But the problem is you're just kicking down the can down the road. If you're borrowing, you need to have. Yes, you are. You kick literally what you're doing is you're kicking the can down the road. You're causing.
To some degree, but it is the case that that's managed by the market.
In what? Okay, can you explain what you mean by that?
There's still management by the market. It's not like people can just take out debt and they don't have to pay it back, and there's no context of that. It's just that you can actually incentivize being able to take out debt and then reduce the negative impacts of that debt in the long term by specifically having a steady level of inflation.
Right, but you're creating all you're doing is you're creating bloat in the economy. You're obscuring the necessary price signals that people need to make inflation.
Well, you say it's bloat, but it's an increase of productive capacity.
How is it? No, it's not. You're not actually adding value. You're
you
nominal.
Are.
No,
wait, if you increase the amount of trades, wait, I have a question. If you increase the amount of trades that can occur, doesn't that increase the real growth of the economy?
Causing inflation doesn't increase the amount of trades.
Answer the question. If you increase the amount of transactions that occur, wait, can you?
Your question has a flawed premise.
No, it doesn't. Wait,
no,
it's why the existence of money. Listen, let me explain. It's why the existence of money leads to more real growth within the economy than bartering, because you can engage and trade with more people.
Yes, that's called a
what
currency.
I'm essentially saying is that we can facilitate the engage and trade with more people if it is the case that we don't have these types of demand lags, which will then lead to more real growth in our economy because there's a greater level of trades that occur.
You're going to have to explain to me how increasing the money supply allows for more transactions to occur.
I just explained based upon demand lags that exist.
No, you didn't. There was no chain of causality in that explanation. You literally just did a sleight of hand.
What was a sleight of hand?
You didn't explain how more transactions can occur in the economy if we nominally increase the money supply.
I'm saying that it is the case that we can have more transactions between people because it is the case that there is demand lag within the economy, meaning that there isn't the ability to have upward pressure on demand when the supply can be created due to that upward pressure and demand. But given that there wasn't that upward pressure and demand because there wasn't the money flowing in the economy, it is the case that we didn't meet the same supply levels that we would be able to create.
Okay, can you slow that down again? Can you just run that by me again? Because I didn't catch that.
Yeah. Essentially, there are certain trades that could happen in a market if it was the case that there is greater demand within the context of those markets.
Okay, can we pause there?
Yeah.
Okay, so I agree that there could be more trades happening if there was a demand for it, but I don't think we need to why should a centralized authority say that a group of people need to have more demand for something that isn't there? shouldn't it be up to the group of people to decide what they have a demand for on an individual basis?
How about this? Let me try a different route. Do you know what marginal propensity to consume is?
Marginal propensity to consume, is that, let me take a shot at it here. Is that where you get you want less apples the more apples you have?
No. Marginal propensity to consume is essentially for each dollar that you would get, or how likely would you to be able to consume, like what percentage of that would you consume based upon each new dollar that you get. And it is the case that people specifically, that given that they are lower income, they have a higher marginal propensity to consume, meaning for each dollar they specifically get in terms of income, they're more likely to spend that. Meaning that it is the case that if you redistribute money from people who are higher income to people who are low income, it actually creates an increase in the level of marginal propensity to consume within the context of an economy, therefore creating more trade.
So you're saying if we give lower income people more money, they're going to spend more money?
If you redistribute from income from people who are high income to people who are low income, you increase the level of consumption within our society, given the same dollar amount.
Is increase? I mean, okay, but is increase? I mean, I don't.
Does that
can't
make sense?
confirm or deny that, but I mean,
Wait,
like,
what is this concept called?
I can't confirm or deny that, but like, I'm willing to believe you. What's the implication of that?
Yeah, the implication is that more trade specifically can occur. If more trades can occur, given your own conditions of how economic growth is created, that would then lead to more real growth. As it is the case that there's mutually beneficial exchanges when there is an exchange in the market, meaning that both sides are going to have a value increase, correct? If both sides have a value increase, given that there's a greater level of transactions on an overall basis, it would be the case that there would be more real gains. Simple.
No, so
that
you
is the explanation for it.
Right. Okay, but I missed a part there where you jumped back to more increased trade. You went from if we take from the rich, give to the poor will spend more. That'll be more trade. But then I didn't catch what the next connection was.
Yeah, if it leads to more trade within the context of our economy, each trade is a mutually beneficial voluntary exchange, meaning that both sides gain. If both sides gain, that's a net growth from that exchange, right?
Well, you're implying that taking from the rich and giving to the poor you're not accounting for that one.
Any exchange is a real net benefit. Do you agree? Because
Yes.
both sides benefit. Okay, in a value sense. And if both sides benefit in a value sense, in terms of real terms, the net real level of money within the economy in terms of value, from a subjective lens, is going to be higher. Do you agree?
In a vacuum, yes, but not in our economy.
What do you mean?
Because in our economy, we have the way that the money system is set up, that wouldn't be the case.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, we have...
Can I give an example? Like when I buy something, I spend money on it, meaning that I prefer the good that I'm buying more. I value the good that I'm buying more than the money that I'm giving to them, right? Meaning that there was a real value increase for myself. And if they sell it to me, that means that they value the money more than the product that they're selling to you. Does it make sense? So both sides have a real value increase from engaging in the transaction.
Right, but if I'm understanding your argument correctly, you're saying that justifies why we should take money from the rich and redistribute it to the poor, because then there will be more value exchanged. But the problem there is that there's an absolute value of the exchange happening with the new money that the poor are getting, and an absolute value of exchange that happened when you took from the rich. And you have to explain how taking from the rich is giving more net benefit to the total economy as a whole.
I already told marginal propensity to consume. If there's a greater marginal propensity to consume for people who are lower income, based upon each dollar they get, they consume at a greater likelihood in terms of percentage. There's going to be more consumption in an economy if you redistribute income from those that are rich to those that are lower income, because they are more likely to consume.
That doesn't prove that you should do it.
Wait, I'm just saying that of how we can specifically increase, right, the demand specifically in consumption in a manner in which will lead to more real value increase, right? Because of a
Right,
greater level of
but again,
exchanges.
that's a different argument too, because you don't need to increase demand. You don't need to artificially increase demand.
You don't need to, but it's more beneficial for the economy given that you do.
No, it's not, because there's already demand. The economy is just the sum of what individuals want. So if you have to pull levers to control people's mind and change what they have demand for to something else, that's not beneficial to the economy, because you're just making people chase things that they don't want.
What do you mean you're making them chase things they don't? I'm
If
confused how you would be
you're
doing that.
artificially creating demand for things that people don't want. You're saying we need to create demand for things that aren't there, but if people don't want it, then they don't want it. You don't need to create demand for it.
Wait, hold on, listen. How is redistributing income from those that are higher income to those that are lower income doing that?
How is redistributing wealth from people who are higher income to lower income creating demand for things that aren't there?
No, how is it specifically providing things to people who don't want them?
I don't think I said that it is.
Okay, then clarify what you were trying to say.
I'm saying that when in the Keynesian sense, what Keynes is saying is when we borrow, we have to pay it back, and that causes a recession. And he's saying that if we don't want a recession, what we have to do is we have to control the interest rates and the borrowing behaviors of people, and we have to control the economy, because otherwise people won't do.
Listen to my perspective. What I'm saying is that there's certain types of things the government can do to limit the impact that different types of recessionary periods have on the population.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
that's,
you shouldn't do that.
which it does do. It literally does limit the negative impact it has on the population.
Right, but I would not. But what you're calling negative is fair because it increases unemployment. I agree with that. But the problem I have is it's not negative when you have a bunch of big banks on Wall Street who bet on something happening, and then when they all fail the bet, what would happen is you would have to pay back all that malinvestment, causing a recession. And I don't think that we should.
Okay, wait. Then you agree with. Okay, then you want less debt, right?
In general, I think that debt is just a tool. It's not a bad or good thing.
Would you vote for the candidate in which produces less debt?
Yeah. I mean, I disagree with Trump spending more. Yeah, he's obviously increasing.
So Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending. Given that that's the case, why would you support him?
Because I think that Kamala would have also done the same thing. I think that my point originally was that I don't think either candidate has the capacity to do anything for debt.
That's not true, because I can reference the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget that not only looked at the past administration for the Trump administration and for the Biden-Harris administration, compared and showed that Trump signed off on $4 trillion more. But for the campaign plans for the next administration, Harris versus Trump was expected to do $4 trillion more than Harris.
Okay, I think
now you're just going to pivot and not referencing economics at all. You're going to reference quote-unquote political correctness. So what about quote-unquote political correctness are you saying that is so bad insofar as that you wouldn't support Kamala Harris?
Well, I think political correctness is just a disguise to of people who are basically just resentful of people who are productive.
Resentful for people who are not... wait, repeat what you just said?
I think political correctness is a mask that people who are envious and resentful of other people who are productive and contribute to society use to justify their hatred of people who are productive and helpful to society.
Repeat that one more time.
I think political correctness is a mask that evil people use to justify their resentment and hatred for people who are productive in society.
Yeah, and explain that. How the hell is political correctness a mask to hide jealousy towards rich people?
Well, not rich people, just people who are productive and want to do better for themselves and for their family.
No, you're obviously trying to reference rich people because you think that they are more productive.
Well, not just rich people, right?
Okay, I don't know why it would have any relation to people who are not rich that are productive.
That's a subjective term. Like rich is just it's such a vague term, right? Like you're not going to get me sitting here defending like Elon Musk or some billionaire, right? But I think that a lot of people...
You're literally supporting Trump.
Well, yeah, again, because I think he's the lesser of two
I'm
evils.
not going to
'cause I think
support
he's
some
so bad.
billionaire as he supports a billionaire.
Yeah, because again, I think they're the lesser of two evils, and I don't think he's a great guy.
But you can't even mention how he's the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, I've done it a bunch of times. I think he's better for
How?
the economy. I think
In
he's
what
less
way?
politically correct. I
Okay,
think that
and
the
what? And what?
left is
Wait. What is political correctness?
Political correctness is basically just trying to control people's speech. It just comes from it's just this idea that all hierarchies are based on power.
So like Donald Trump saying that AP specifically can't be in the White House if it is the case that they don't say Gulf of America.
You
Right?
can bring up infinite examples of Trump doing things that I don't like, but I still think Kamala does more. I think Kamala does more.
Wait. Okay, we can talk about that, but that's a specific example of Donald Trump being quote unquote politically correct under your definition because he was clearly trying to limit the speech.
But I didn't hear your example because.
Yeah.
For
So
example?
AP News specifically, Trump kicked him out of being in the White House or in the Oval Office because it is the case that they wouldn't say Gulf of America.
Yeah, dude, are you not listening to me? Like, I don't agree with that.
Is that political correctness?
Yeah, it would be an example of him being a butthurt snowflake. Like, I agree.
Okay. So can you give me an example of Kamala Harris engaging in that same political correctness?
Yeah, anytime she talks about like just any kind of identity politics, her
Such
whole
as?
campaign was built on that.
Wait, can you be specific with like how she was like advocating for quote unquote political correctness? Be like specific with what she said.
No, dude, I'm literally sitting on my bed looking at my ceiling. Like, I don't have like a trillion
You
examples right in
can't
front of me.
think? Do you have a brain?
Yeah, I don't have
Okay,
a
so
computer
think. You don't need a computer. Think.
I need it. Bro, has Kamala Harris made any
You said
public
that
statements in the last
Kamala
2
Harris and
years?
Democrats were so politically correct that they're that's a huge threat to this country, but you can't name a single example of that political correctness. But I gave you an example of Donald Trump being politically correct, and it is the case that you're totally fine with that. You said that Kamala Harris is worse, even though you can't provide any examples of that being the case.
Just so we're clear, you're denying that Kamala Harris is politically correct.
I'm denying that you have the ability to say that she's politically correct insofar as that you shouldn't support her over Donald Trump. Like, seriously, you don't even know what political correctness is, let alone is it a big enough deal in order for you to say that you would support for one side over the other. And I don't think political correctness in the way that people commonly use the term is bad.
I don't think your point here that Kamala Harris is less politically correct than Trump is a winner.
That's not the argument I was making. I just clarified.
That's the argument
and
I
apparently,
was
a nice straw man. I just clarified the argument. If you'd like to go back and listen, that's not what I said.
Okay, but just to be clear, that's the argument I'm making: is that Kamala Harris is more politically correct than Donald Trump.
Okay, you made the claim specifically that again one side is more political correctness than the other, but you can't give any examples of that being the case.
Yes, I can. It's just it's the whole culture of the left wing is this intersectionality. It's just
What's
hierarchy.
wrong with intersectionality?
There's nothing wrong with intersectionality. There's something wrong with trying to change the dynamics of society to benefit certain people, and instead of just having everyone. There's something wrong with trying to change
the dynamics of society to benefit people. Isn't that what Trump wants to do with tariffs?
Yes, I disagree with tariffs.
To benefit people. Okay, what about him saying that he would give $1 billion if big fossil fuel companies gave $1 billion to his campaign, that he'd give them $110 billion in tax cuts, or the market manipulation of him telling people that now is a good time to buy?
Yeah, let's get to that, but I just want to be clear. When I said benefit people, I mean disproportionately benefit people based on certain characteristics. Not just, I think we should do things to benefit people, just to be clear.
Okay, so again, that's every policy is to benefit people based upon certain characteristics.
Right, but I'm just saying the way the way you said that made it sound like I was saying something I wasn't. But
Like if
we
you
can
do a
move on.
tax cut, you're benefiting people within a certain set of characteristics because they have a certain set of income. Do you
Yeah,
realize how
again,
ridiculous what you just said is?
no,
You
I'm
don't want
saying
to change
that
the dynamics of society to benefit people, but you're advocating for massive tax breaks that you think are changing society to benefit people.
no, I'm saying that I think we should do things. I'm not saying we shouldn't.
Then what are you saying?
I was saying that I don't think I think we should be creating a society that has an equal opportunity, not equal outcome.
We don't have a society with equal opportunity.
I know.
And you want some level of baseline of outcome, correct? Like you don't want everyone to be able to have food, correct?
I mean, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so you wouldn't want anyone starving to death, right?
I mean, I know I see where you're going with this, but I think that people who do things to basically like constantly put themselves in situations where they are going to not have the ability to get food, I don't think we should. I mean, there's a gray area, right? You're not.
Would you let them starve to death?
I mean, if we're gonna, are we gonna what trolley problem are we doing here, bro? Do you want to get to it or what?
It's no trolley problem. I'm just saying, would you let people starve to death?
I know, but like, how many people am I gonna have to kill to like not let people starve? Like, it's boring.
You don't need to kill anyone to not let people starve.
No, but you're saying it's just gonna be this like you're just gonna back me into this line where it's like how like at what point do we justify like I don't know like doing taxes so that like people don't die of starvation? It's like yeah, I agree that we should. I just think that we should organize.
You agree with some level of taxation, correct?
Yeah, so at some level.
So shouldn't we have some level of taxation that ensures that people don't starve to death?
It depends. I mean,
it depends on what? Can you tell me what factors it depends on?
It depends because if you start taxing people and then you start like saying, oh, this money is going to go to feed people, and then it ends up not going. You end up doing some government shit that is horribly magnitudes less efficient than the free market, and more people end up starving.
Okay,
then I'm
sorry. You have this unreal assumption that the free market always creates better outcomes than what we could have otherwise, which is not true because there are certain market conditions in which break down, which don't lead to there being efficient distribution of goods.
Like what?
Overcrowding. It could be the case that specifically there is too much monopolization of markets, control of markets specifically. That's why we would need...
I don't think a monopoly can happen in the free market.
Well, you're an idiot then. I'm sorry. Historically, that's happened.
How can a monopoly happen in the free
vertical
market?
and horizontal integration happened in the context of free markets, especially if you want to go back to the Gilded Age. Look back at history. Read a book.
Monopoly can only happen when the state subsidizes something or does some sort of interventionist policy.
Not true at all. This idea that you have in your head, again, they vertically and horizontally integrate.
Explain that to me because I haven't heard that before.
They can take into account the entirety of a production line, right? So if they hold the whole entirety of the production line and people are still demanding that service or that good specifically, if they have full control over that production line, they can charge whatever they would like. That's why we have antitrust laws to break up companies that become big enough where it is the case that they can break off other types of competitors. Plus, how are you going to have any laws against fraud? How are you going to have any laws against any type of, harmful or manipulative business practices? You can't. Without having a state, without having a government specifically to ensure, right, good and fair market conditions, these types of issues are going to happen because people profit from them.
No, so let me say two things. So I think that I do agree that there should be the state should have some power. It should exist to do certain things. I'm not the fucking, I don't have like a PhD in this shit, so I'm not gonna be able to tell you exactly where like everything should go. But when a company has a monopoly over production line, why would that not, and they're raising prices, why would that not incentivize some competent entrepreneur to come in and undercut that market? Basically,
if they control the entirety of that production line, how can you do that without buying from the person who is at the monopoly?
Well, there's an incentive there to then develop more production line. What's stopping from somebody to develop their own production line?
If there's no
subsidy
specific
goods?
actual route they can take specifically to develop that production line, especially in the short term, well, it is the case that the businesses can do whatever they want, and simply that we don't want
Yes,
those
if
conditions to ever occur.
If they can't create the production line, then they can't
Although,
create the production line.
one second,
I
real quick.
agree.
Just Jay, how old are you?
52.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I support your guest that's talking, that's for sure. And yes, I support Donald Trump.
Okay, if you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Well, I agree with what your guest said, that although Trump
Let's not
is
answer
an
my
imperfect
question.
candidate, he was the better of the two evils.
Sure, so you would vote for Donald Trump, correct?
Right. And furthermore, I agree with your guest, what he's saying about
Sure.
monopolies. Most of the monopolies that you can look back in history were subsidized by government, including your friend Elon Musk, who got subsidized in many different ways.
What is a free
Practically
market?
every billion.
Can you define a free market?
A free market should be a market that's not subsidized by the government, and that allows people to make the correct to make economic decisions based on true demand, as your guest is saying.
Okay, so again, then what you would understand is that it is the case that the conditions of a free market led to the conditions of crony capitalism that exist today, where the government is intertwined in business operations so that businesses can maximize profits. So what you're not understanding is that through an aspect of the free market, through there being an incentive, through corporations benefiting off of reducing the competition of others, they will utilize the government in order to be able to do that. And that was an aspect of the free market that was then exploited specifically to be able to maximize profits. So what you're not understanding is that's actually an aspect of the free market that you didn't take into account.
I think what you're missing, and what your guest is making the argument. I don't know why you silenced him. He can talk if he wants to, but I think what your guest.
Well, I mean, you decided to start speaking. I was about to go back to him. I was just ensuring that you met this set of criteria.
No,
we
can all three talk. We can all three talk.
Yeah.
What your guest is saying.
Go ahead.
What your guest is saying, that, and he's making a lot of interesting points, is that, and what I guess what you're arguing for is more government action versus less government action, and in history,
you need to be real in like what ways it is. What way is there government action? I'm not advocating for government action in all areas.
I can think of more examples of how government chose winners and losers, and distorted the market, and caused a lot of people to win when they shouldn't have, and a lot of people to lose when they shouldn't have lost.
Sure, but I think that those were created by free market conditions to maximize profits.
Like, for example, when Obama put like $500 million in that company, Solara or whatever it was, and the money just disappeared overnight. He was.
Yeah, can you give me a source for that?
Putting his money. I gotta look it up, but you can take.
Go ahead. While you go look that up, I can talk to the other guest.
And I'll give you a second example real quick, and I'll look at
before you do that. Is it possible I can continue? You can go look up that one particular point,
but
I can talk to the guest in the meantime.
Example.
No, it's fine. You can go find that. You can. How about you write the second example down? You go find the first example, and then you come back when it is the case that you find that. You can talk about it, and then we can move on to your second example.
Sounds good.
Absolutely, sounds great. The other guest, what were you saying, Donovan?
Yeah, I mean, I was just responding to you saying that you need the state to intervene in the free market, otherwise monopolies are going to be created, and I disagree with that.
Okay, and why?
Well, I mean, I think that the only way a monopoly is created is if the state intervenes. I think that there's no way for a monopoly to form if there's a free market.
So you're saying it's impossible?
Yeah.
Okay, so could we assume in a free market condition that, like for example, there's some type of mafia set of circumstances, in which is the case that the mafia, like, let's say within a certain society, creates conditions insofar as they control all aspects of production within a society through the context of the free market, and they control all of the production lines. No one can produce anything without going through the context of the mafia. In that context, would that be something that's possible to happen due to the free market?
Well, so the argument is if we're not in a free market, the monopoly would occur. I'm just
Parker, by the way,
wondering,
felony.
in what sense is the mafia owning the entire economy a free market?
Yeah, I'm giving you certain conditions that are logically possible to exist, and you're saying it's impossible.
Well, I'm saying that in a free market, a monopoly wouldn't exist, and you're saying in this economy that isn't a free market, is it possible?
I'm giving you logically possible conditions in which it can be true, and you're saying that it's not logically possible.
No,
So I'm telling you, like, that makes no
possible
sense.
for the mafia to own everything, but that's not a free market.
Okay. If you say that's not a free market, but can it be derivative of free market conditions?
Can you explain what you mean by derivative of free market conditions?
Can it come from free market conditions? Can the free market lead to this happening?
Can a mafia form in a free market?
Yeah, and control every aspect of society.
But at what point? But how is that different?
Okay,
than
wait.
the
So
state?
it is possible. So it is possible for monopolies to form
Yes, dude,
in the context of a free
I
market
know.
system. You just conceded.
No, I didn't concede that, because the idea is that the monopoly is happening because you have this mafia that is coming around and fucking making it not a free market.
Okay, so
Right, like when they build that- when they build that Goldman
so then your
Sachs.
notion of free market isn't just government intervening. It can even be private companies utilizing their position in the context of the market to suppress competition. So what you just
No,
understood,
because the
is that you can create less free market conditions through the context of there being a lack of government intervention.
Right. I mean, again, I think that the state should exist to a certain extent, but what we're talking about is what we're describing now is so far removed from Trump versus Kamala that it's not even funny. Like, Kamala
wait,
is
do you wanna go back?
far removed from. No, I just want to illustrate this point that the contentious point here is to what degree the state should intervene in the market. But then on the left, you have basically a full frontal assault on the free market.
No, we don't. We're not advocating fully against the free market. If you want to look at social democratic systems around the world, they have freer markets according to.
You might not.
Can I please
be,
finish?
But my point is that.
Can I please
is
finish?
that Kamala.
Can I please finish? Yeah. So social democratic systems around the world that have more liberal systems than we do here in the United States actually have freer markets according to the Economic Freedom Index.
I mean, I haven't looked at the Economic Freedom Index. Do you know who did that? Like what?
Yeah, it's a right-wing source. It's from your own buddies, the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah, I'm a libertarian, so I really don't have like an allegiance to sort of political.
Well, that's your side, so don't worry.
Parker.
Aren't they conservatives?
Yes, that's why I literally cited that for you.
Right. In what sense is being a libertarian having an allegiance to conservatism?
I'm saying, wait, what? Conservatives, that's on your side in terms of biases.
Well, yeah, but I don't consider, like, I'm trying not to be biased.
Okay. So you want me not to provide a source biased towards your side?
No, I'm just saying I don't know. I never heard of I don't know the thing you're talking about. I just haven't looked at that. That's all I'm saying.
Just look up Economic Freedom Index. It's the first thing that comes up. Lori, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Lori in the comment section right now. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $5. But seriously though, W's for Lori in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Lori. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Lori in the comment section. Jane with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Gloomy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Internet access, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Aaliyah, again, thank you for the $5. Cake, thank you so much for the $2. Aaliyah, again, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Internet access, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Santana, thank you for the $10. Thank you. It's a different Santana. But thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sunny, thank you for the $3. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $2 and for the $5. Jolish, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Josh, thank you for the $2. Jolish with the 5. Libby with a 10. And Sky with a 10. Thank you so much. Han, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $8. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing. Go ahead. You were saying what you're saying?
Parker.
Yeah, go ahead. Or actually, I have a few
Parker, I
people
wanna-
otherwise.
yeah, I
Hold
wanna-
up.
I
I have a
wanna
few
ask
people
her-
this
I
way.
wanna ask her-
Hold on one
I
second.
want to ask her guest a question.
One second. Estella, thank you so much for the $10. Dewey with the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Dewey. Valerie, thank you so much for the $5. I'll make sure to do that. Joanne, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. Carolyn, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. The Only, thank you for the $13. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Libby, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Thank you so much, Libby. Christy with the $3. Lacey with the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Jamie, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And I'm completely caught up. Go for it. You were saying?
Well, the two examples I was telling you about that are an example of how government just squandering, capital is Obama investing $535 million to a solar company called Solyndra. The information is on Wikipedia, The Guardian, The New Yorker.
Just give me a
BBC
title
News. It's
of an
all over the
article.
place. Okay, well, basically, if you look up Solyndra, Solyn.
No, just go ahead and give me a title of an article.
I'm not getting the actual titles of the articles because there are so many, but the short of it.
No, it's fine. You can, dude. I gave you time to go look it up, and I asked you for a title of an article.
I'm not,
you
I
should
don't
be
do
able to
this for a
provide
living.
that.
I don't have your skills. I don't have your skills.
You don't need my skills.
the-
You should be able to look up sources and find me an article, right?
Okay, you can verify it in like a second, but the short of it is Obama put 535
Then
million
go find.
in
If
this-
I can verify it in a second, why can't you?
Okay, fine. Well, okay. Let me give you the two examples, and I'll find your sources, and this will take 15 seconds. This company, Solyndra, went out of business. It was an
No,
example.
just go
Obama
find the
picking
source,
winners.
and then we can go over this. It's totally fine. I just want you to find the source.
Okay, well
before.
then the second, I'll find an article, but the second example.
I'm gonna mute you because I already told you this. Go find the source, and then you can come tell me the second example. There's no way you couldn't find it, and then you came back to do the same very thing I told you to not do, and instead go find a source. Donovan, you were saying?
Parker, I gotta bounce out of here. I gotta go. But
All right,
thanks
later.
for the conversation.
Later. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. Help send it out to more people. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Alrighty. Do give it a second for him to find this information. Oh shit. Jonda, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jonda. Thank you. What's up?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time pulling an actual article, but
Why is that?
It's coming up. Okay, here you go. The rise and fall of Solyndra, a case study in green energy investment. Solyndra and the $535 million mistake, lessons in the government-backed innovation. Solyndra innovation collapse in the future of clean energy funding.
Okay, hold
basically
up.
the short of it.
What's the article?
The rise and fall of Solyndra, Solyndraa, a case study
from
in
what?
the green energy.
Is it from historytools.org?
Mainstream and informative. I don't know, actually. Good question. I guess I imagined that happening 10, 15 years ago. No, it really happened. But, I got a
What's
better
the source
example, a much
from?
better example.
Is it JSTOR? I'm just trying to find the source, man.
I'm just having a hard time. Okay. Wikipedia talks. I'm having a hard time finding an actual article. I'm not.
Okay, if you're having a hard time finding an article, why do you still believe what you just said?
Well, I read about it at the time. Okay, all right. There's a source, the Washington Post. Okay, I found
What's the title?
Washington Post. I got it. Solyndra Solar Company fails after getting federal guarantees. Washington Post.
Solyndra company fails after getting what?
After getting government guarantee. I don't have a okay. Oh yeah, there you
And
go. Sorry about that. Okay, I figured out how to do it. So, Cylinder Solar Company fails after getting federal loan guarantee. Washington Post.
oh
Cylinder
my
got a mess.
God,
The
bro, what is
Atlantic.
up with? Oh, I'm not gonna look up a million different things. Have you found it yet?
Obama starts Cylinder program. Hey, I'm just making a simple point. I'm not.
Dude, Jesus
saying
Christ, man.
Okay, my 2 points are very simple. Like, so okay, that was one example, but I'll give you another unrelated example. Castro in the 70s, he decided single-handedly, I'm going to make an investment in sugar, and they basically made all the farmers give up their farms that they were growing, whatever they were growing, and the short of it is that it turned the whole country into it was a disaster for the entire country. Sugar prices
No one's
dropped.
hey, no
and-
one's advocating to
um,
just. I just want to let you know, one, Cuba already had sugar. Two, is related to this. I don't understand specifically the conditions that this has to do with Democrats, because just saying government has done something in this scenario that you disagree with is not evidence that government will always do something that you disagree with.
Well, the reason why we're talking about this is you seem to be very enthusiastic about government involvement, government making choices, and there's so many examples of government totally squandering capital, making the wrong choice. And
Okay, then why are you
that's
trying
why
to influence
capitalism
government to
is
make
way
separate
more
choices?
effective.
Wait, you're literally voting for a president to make choices about how the government should operate.
Well, we're talking about funding economic projects and such. But I'm not, like, once again, I think Trump is making a lot of mistakes. I don't like what he's doing with AI. I don't like the continued funding of the Israeli conflict. There's a whole lot of things I could tell you.
Okay,
that
so then
that Trump
why
is
do
doing.
you support Trump? Why would you vote for him? You want to decrease the amount that the government spends in terms of debt-related spending? Well, then you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump because he signed off on more debt-related
Well,
spending. What is it? Can you name one
Look, we saw
deregulation
4
Trump ever
years.
engaged in?
We saw 4 years of failed financial policies for the Biden administration, and
Okay.
4
Can you
years
answer
of
my question, and
cultural
then you can tell me
failure
the
as
failed Biden policy?
Okay. What's your question again?
Fuck, I literally just had it. I can.
Trump's policies. Trump's policy. What? What'd you say?
I'll go back. One sec. I'll go back.
And there's so many examples of government totally squandering capital, making the wrong choice. And
Okay, then why are you
that's
trying
why
to influence
capitalism
government
is
to make
way
separate
more
choices?
effective.
Wait, you're literally voting for a president to make choices about how the government should operate. Aren't you voting for a candidate in which is literally going to make choices about how the government should operate? Oh, I asked you about deregulation. What deregulation policy, sorry, did Donald Trump pass that you like?
Which deregulation policy did Trump pass?
Or
What?
yeah, or name one thing that Trump deregulated
a
that you agree with
definition
deregulating.
Well, Trump wanted to push forward with the Keystone Pipeline, which I think we need as much oil as possible. But yo, dude, I just it was nice talking to you. I got to bounce. It's my bedtime. So you have a great
That's
night.
not a deregulation policy. That's literally the Supreme Court said that they can't follow through with the Keystone XL portion of the pipeline. The Keystone Pipeline is still in effect.
Right. I just wanted to back up your last guess regarding government support.
Here's
that
my
was the
question:
real reason why I
if you
called.
want to deregulate, should we make it legal to use asbestos?
No.
Why not? The free market, right? The free market determines that it's going to be more effective.
There's definitely some common sense regulations that the government should be engaged in. But
Oh, okay. So
I
now
think
the government can do
the
the.
Democrats.
So now the government can make the right
Democrats are gonna
determinations
move
for
too
how
far.
the market should operate. Interesting.
The Democrats are going to go too far. Hey Parker, I gotta go to bed. So you have a great night, buddy. Thanks for
too.
letting me on your show.
Alrighty, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's go to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as, again, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo,
How old are you?
yo, hello. I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
'06.
Oh, month.
May.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
May. Okay, can I come back in like 3 minutes? I'll just.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Have you been on my live before?
A while ago, I tried to go in and.
Okay, for sure. I do appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for people who have not been on my live yet. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. One of them is you've only been on my live once. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how you doing?
How old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
So I live in California, right?
Okay.
And I feel like the Democratic Party doesn't have a good pulse of what's going on with everyday people, and this is why you see an uptick in. I seen a Gallup poll where 44% of Americans are independent, more than Republican and Democrat, and I think the Democratic Party has gone too far left. How they deal with immigration, especially undocumented immigration, specifically in California. Because I'm pro people coming over here because America is a country of immigrants. But the things that I see that the undocumented immigrants go through while getting over here, and then they come here just to get exploited from a labor from a labor standpoint, while also creating issues between people who've been here that's trying to get similar jobs, like in the agricultural field and hospitality and farming. I just think the Democratic Party is not where it was when I first started to actually pursue them and kind of appreciate the party's morals and values. I think they went too far left.
Do legal immigrants cause issues in the labor market?
Undocumented. I said undocumented specifically.
Yeah. So legal
they do.
immigrants do not.
Not like undocumented, no.
Okay.
And why
So
are we
then-
doing whataboutism?
I'm just
Do they?
What?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you, brother. My bad.
I'm just making sure because I'm giving you an argument. Listen in. So then would you agree with giving a pathway to citizenship to any undocumented immigrant who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime? Because that would get rid of the issues in terms of them being exploited and causing issues in the labor market, given that they wouldn't cause issues in the labor market given that they're legal immigrants, and they wouldn't get exploited given that they would have legal status.
No, I think they should come over here legally, not illegal, because it shouldn't be. I don't care if it's a felony. I'm black, right? When we commit crimes, even when we stuff that we didn't do, we're held to a standard that the rest of America is not held to. So that standard need to be held across the board, and that goes for undocumented immigrants. So if you're a person that come over here undocumented, which is legal, I don't care if it's if it's minor or if it's not really a felony like that, it's illegal. So if they come over here legally, they need to go back and come over here the right process, which is the legal way, like everybody else.
Then why didn't you apply that same standard to Donald Trump becoming president?
Whoa, that was a crazy.
No, seriously, you just said that you have to apply these standards so strictly to specifically people who are coming to the country, right?
America,
In terms of immigration, but apparently you don't apply those standards to the guy running for president.
Well, there's a double standard when it comes to, and this goes for Democrat and Republicans. The ruling class has privileges that the rest of the 99%.
No, but you're the one applying them, because you just said that there should be so much enforcement of the law insofar as that people who commit misdemeanors shouldn't be allowed into the country, but people who commit felonies should be allowed to be president.
Wait, the reason why I said they shouldn't be allowed in the country is because of them getting exploited in the labor force, and also because how they get treated on the way here. The cartels make $16 billion a year based off exploiting undocumented immigrants by charging them 8 to 10,000, exploiting them, using them as drug mules, and if they don't pay them, they do stuff
Most
to their
drugs
families.
brought
So
to the country are brought here by U.S. citizens. Over
it's not just
90%.
drugs, though.
Over 90%. If you want to reference other situations in terms of undocumented immigrants coming to the country, if you want to provide them a pathway to citizenship that's quick, along with providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants that are in the country, that would get rid of these concerns that you have. Not mass deportation. Mass deportation actually creates the conditions where they want to utilize the cartel in order to be able to get to the country.
Yeah, I agree with you. But my thing about, I agree with your premise, but my premise is how they getting over here. Like the Democratic Party is weaponized, especially in these sanctuary cities like LA, where I live at. It's just like it's too much. Like they're bringing too many people over here, and the poverty rate, like for example, California has a $4 trillion GDP, right? If you look at the poverty rate amongst Black people, right, and
Well,
we know a lot of people
you
in
said
poverty.
what? How much money do you think the California has?
$4 trillion GDP.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
4
sorry,
trillion.
I was just saying, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying, and the reason why they have this $4 trillion GDP, because they do this performative activism stuff where they act like they care about undocumented immigrants coming to, but they really just care about exploiting their labor, and that's how the country was founded, based off labor exploitation. So when they bring these people over here, in the minimum wage for California is $16.50, and then they bring an undocumented immigrant to work $8, right? They don't care about their family. They care about the cheap labor. That's what's getting exploited. And they hide behind morality and sending those people back is going to hurt the families. That's performative. They only care about their bottom line. So I like I don't like racism at all. But if I had to choose between people that tell me how they feel in my face versus this thing where they try to act like they care about something, but deep down they have like an arterial motive, right? This is what Democrats do when it comes to immigration, and I'm tired of it, brother.
So, are you saying that I just want to exploit immigrants for cheap labor?
You said you, not you. No. I don't think you are. I'm saying that.
So then, like, you agree with me?
By Democrats.
You agree with me that having a position that does not advocate for deportation is not consistent with specifically saying that immigrants should be exploited. So then again, I'm providing a solution for these set of conditions, and I'm saying that you're actually creating the issue by advocating for mass deportation. You said Democrats in general. Would I not be a Democrat under your view?
Wait, but it shouldn't be mass undocumented immigration. That's the issue. That's the root cause. The reason why they're getting shipped off is what should be legal?
The immigration. If you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime,
Undocumented
you should be
immigrants coming
given.
over here?
Yeah, you should be given a pathway to citizenship if you haven't committed a
Oh,
violent
hell
crime or
no.
bad crime.
No.
What?
No. Wait. I'm saying because we don't. No country in the world has this standard where we just want to bring anybody over here, right? It's only in the United States of America because we got 52. Now this is not just undocumented. This is period. We have 50 million people born in another country that currently lives in America. That's the most
Why
in
is
the
that
United
wrong?
States history. It's because we don't have this same standard for no other country. Every other
Wait,
country
I'm sorry.
protects their borders.
Can I ask you this question? My girlfriend's parents were born in Mexico. Is that wrong? Is that an issue?
I don't have a problem with
So why did
Mexicans,
you
brother.
bring them
I
up
love
as a
Mex-
statistic
I
to
was
say that
just
that's
saying
something
in
wrong with the
Tijuana.
country?
Because
Why'd you
I'm
bring
telling
them
you,
up
they're-
as a statistic to say that it's wrong with the country?
Because the reason why I brought them up because I was speaking on undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants.
Wait,
is not
that has
just a
nothing to
Mexican-
do with that. We're talking about people who are in the country legally. Were not born in this country. I know multiple people that were not born in this country that absolutely deserve to be in this country. And for you to sit there
Yeah, but
and
there's
bring
people
them
who
up
don't
as a
deserve.
stop talking, please. For you to bring
Sorry,
them up
brother.
as a statistic to say that they specifically are a issue with this country is problematic to me. Incredibly problematic, because just being born in another country is not an issue. Actually, immigration is incredibly good. Right? It's, a lot of the good things that we have within our culture and society come from immigration. So, like, why
Okay,
are you
valid.
so against immigration?
No, see, oh my God. So this is thing where when I critique mass immigration, like obviously the country needs immigration, right? People come over here, especially people who add to the economy, right? But I'm saying it's when there's 50 million people born in another country, right, which makes up 15, I
I
think
hate
15
this.
to 19% of the workforce, it's excessive. I
No,
don't have
it's
a problem with
not. That's not
immigration.
mass, dude. This is not even mass immigration.
How is that?
We don't even have the level of immigration that we need to maintain the current population in the long run. Did you know that? The Congressional Budget Office has
It's
done
because we're
analysis.
having it's because we're having abortions, brother.
No, it's
The
not.
left has pushed. Listen, the left has pushed mass immigration while telling us we can't have be pro-abortion because we can't raise a kid under this economy, while undocumented immigrants and people who migrate over here have kids and they're not financially stable. Like if we have more kids in the United States, we don't need a bunch of influx of immigration, especially mass. I don't have a problem with immigrants at all, right? I have a problem with undocumented immigrants being exploited in the workforce, which is valid.
No, you
I have a
don't, because
problem
you're
with
not advocating for mass amnesty, which would seriously provide better conditions for undocumented immigrants. You don't care about the conditions of undocumented immigrants. You just parade and act like you do.
Wow.
I
So
seriously
you're
just
saying
explained it.
because I
I
disagree
gave
with
you a solution. I have multiple times in this conversation provided you a solution for it, and you have given me the very cause of the problem multiple times. I explained to you how it was the cause of the problem. Now, this specifically is population growth that's going to continue in this country. Do you see this? Do you see this graph that I'm looking at right now? This is a decline in population growth, meaning by the time we reach, here it is, 2050, it is the case that there's going to be zero population growth, even with the current level of immigration that we have. And the level of increase in immigration that we had under the Biden-Harris administration would actually be necessary for us to have a genuinely good level of population growth. 1% population growth is fantastic. That's good. That's exactly what we should have. The idea that like you would think that this level of immigration is bad is ridiculous to me. We had that level of immigration and specifically that level of births, right? Particularly in 2005. If having an increase in the population specifically, right, in terms of births is okay under your view, then why is it bad in terms of immigration, given that we won't have those births?
That's valid. But my thing is, I brought up the reason why, because like, all right, for example, if you look at black people's birth rates in the 60s, right? We led, right? Versus the birth rate now is because of second, third wave, fourth wave feminism promoting abortions, which led to Margaret Sanger, who was a racist eugenicist, my bad, which led to black people having 20, 30 million abortions, right? If the left didn't push this fourth, fifth wave feminism rhetoric, right, which led to a decrease in the population growth, right, we wouldn't be having 50 million people born in another country that's currently living in America, right? So I understand what you're saying, but I'm looking at the root cause behind a lot of these issues that can literally be fixed overnight if we go back to our Republican values.
Reducing
Church,
access to
hard
abortion
work, and have a
economically
bunch of kids.
disadvantages populations. Like
I'm
seriously,
sorry,
if you were to reduce access to abortion in this country, that will decrease economic growth. It will make our
I'm saying
economy
excessive,
worse
brother.
off. Did you know that?
I'm saying excessive abortions. Like I think,
At
bro,
what point do you classify that it's an excessive level of abortions?
let's start with so like for example, if you're 27, right, able-bodied, right, financially stable, and you're having casual X, right? I don't want to say the word schmex, right? And you're and you don't know how to put a condom on and have it the correct way, and you just busting in people and having getting a bunch of people pregnant, right? You need to be held accountable because my grandparents' generation, who was super conservative, if you get somebody pregnant, you got to marry them. I don't care if she's a s'more. I don't care if you just
Don't
met her
say that.
2
Don't
days,
say
5
that.
days.
Don't
gotta
say that. Don't refer to women that way. I think that's fucking crazy for you to do that. Two, is it okay? Well, I have to remove you because of you made the live uncomfortable, and I got a second hate speech flag. So I got to hit a quick restart on the live, everyone. You know, I have all these issues with what is wrong with my internet right now? It's so frustrating because my internet's just randomly going to start lagging. And there's nothing I can do to fix it other than like restart the live. Like, I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. This is getting really frustrating. Like, why is it just lagging like that? Like, it's really, like, what the hell? I have to hit a restart everyone here on TikTok. I'll be right back, everyone. I have to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. I'm having a lot of issues with the live in terms of getting flags. So we have to hit a quick restart, everyone. Can everyone here on TikTok hear me? Can people on YouTube hear me? Hello? Bro. Like, why can't my internet just, like, work normal? You good? Okay, it's just taking a second. Okay. All right, I'll be right back, everyone. Hello? It keeps glitching. Dude. This is getting really frustrating. Okay, can y'all hear me fine? I think it's good now. Okay, we're going to hit a quick restart here on the TikTok live. It looks like it's fine now. It looks like it's better now. I'm sorry about all the lag here on YouTube. If you would like to help push out the stream, I'd really appreciate it if you hit that like button, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It says there's 5.2 thousand people in the stream. I don't actually think there's 5.2 thousand people in the stream. But if you're in the stream, type a 3 in the comment section. It said 5.3 and now it's to 4.3. I'm so confused. And now it says 3.7. Like, what the fuck is going on? I need to, like, check the analytics. What's up, everyone joining in? Is there some lag? I apologize if there is. It seems like there's good connection. It seems like there's good connection right now. It does say there's like literally 3,000 people in the stream, so I don't know why it says way more than that. You have no lag? Okay. Hopefully it's fine. What's up, everyone? Make sure to hit that thumbs up. It will help get it out to more people. It looks like the internet is fine now. It was just going through slight issues for a second. I really apologize, everyone. If it does happen again, just know that I will be right back and I can hit a quick restart on the stream. So I would recommend to subscribe if you haven't already, because I actually might have to, because it looks like my internet is like literally not getting better. Bro, this is so annoying. I don't know why it's doing this. Lag? Yeah, I know. It keeps doing that. Like, I don't know why my internet just likes doing this. It's really frustrating. And I don't want to have to hit a restart on the stream either. That would be really annoying. No lag? Okay. All right. You know, I'm just going to keep going. And if it works, I'd really appreciate that. If it doesn't, I can just give up and hit a restart. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why so?
The economy.
Okay. What economic policy?
Not like policy, just how he's like overseeing the economy and what he's doing with it.
Such as?
Inflation's gone down.
It's gone up since he's imposed tariffs.
That's not true.
Yeah, it has. It went from 2.3 to 2.7%.
Let me check. And core inflation's gone down too.
Inflation has gone up since April.
So he implemented the tariffs in June, right?
No,
that's when they got unpaused.
He implemented them in April.
But they got unpaused in June, right? And in June,
some of them got unpaused in June.
I think the tariffs.
And some of them just got unpaused recently here.
I like them as a bargaining tool. I don't like the premise of them that much.
So
But I
then
think he's
you
using them.
agree that they're going to get rid of the tariff in the long run. Agreed?
Yeah, when they reach a trade deal that favors us.
Okay, if you agree that they're going to get rid of the tariff in the long run once they reach a trade deal, then we're not going to have revenue specifically from the tariffs in the very first place, and we're not going to have any type of conditions, or we're not going to have anything from tariffs, right? It's not going to increase domestic production. It's only going to be that we get specifically a agreement from it. So I guess here's my question: is then how are we going to increase domestic production?
By pressuring them to come here, but I don't think domestic production is as big of a deal as people make it out to be. I mean, it's not really a priority for me.
Okay, so Trump claiming he wanted to increase domestic production for that long, that wasn't like a big deal?
Well, I don't really take what he says at face value.
Okay, you don't take what he says at face value in terms of any of his policies, so then why'd you vote for him?
Because like his first term, I've seen a pattern. I think he's good at managing this type of stuff.
Good at managing. You see a pattern. What is he good at managing? What did you see in his first term that you thought was so good?
GDP, the increase of
Real GDP has declined in how much it was increasing since Trump got in office.
Well, that was because of COVID, wasn't it?
No, that was because of the tariffs.
Yeah, but you asked what did he do in his first term. I'm saying like before 2020, he had like what was it, like 30 straight months of like rapid growth.
Again, we saw growth under the Biden-Harris administration, lots of growth through the context of real GDP under, again, the Biden administration, and it's declined in terms of how much it was increasing since Trump got in office. Do you think that's an issue?
Yes, but Biden's was a rebound from COVID, wasn't it? Like,
so at the end of his administration, was it still rebounding from COVID?
At the end, it was like it grew, but it was like, wasn't it like 0.9%, 0.8%, not like rapidly?
What? No, under the end of Biden's administration, it was 2 to 3% real GDP growth, and then Trump's administration, it's now gone down to 1.3%.
It just grew 3%, didn't it? Like just second quarter.
It was 0.3%, negative 0.3% the month, the quarter prior, and you have to take into account both of the quarters.
So wouldn't that be 2.5%?
No, you have horrible math.
No, what I'm looking at, it says 3%. It grew in the second quarter, and then 0.5 in the first quarter.
No, it was negative 0.3.
I'm on this website called Trading Economics. It seems pretty legit.
Go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics or the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Okay, this is the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Whatever. So, isn't 3% still like a big increase?
So 3%, yes, but like we would have seen that increase if Trump wasn't in office, and we would have seen a greater increase in the quarter prior.
Well, the quarter prior was also a transitionary period, wasn't it? He's still getting briefed on all the intel and everything.
Because of Trump's tariffs being put in place. So again, we would have seen a greater level of increase if it was the case that Donald Trump didn't increase tariffs. If Donald Trump would have just kept the economy how it was and didn't touch anything, he would have seen a greater increase specifically in the GDP. Michelle, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much, Han. I really appreciate the $8. Thank you.
The tariffs are on right now, and GDP is projected to be 2.2% in increase this quarter. That's good, isn't it?
For the next quarter? Wait, again, we don't know. Again, in terms of expectations or what the expected level is, we've seen Trump's economy multiple times go below expectations, but that's still below what we would expect to see, given that there wasn't the tariffs in place in the very first place.
Do you think it would be
in terms of the average rate of real GDP increase of our economy so far? So I don't want to keep having to restate the same point over and over again. You should be able to understand what I've said at this point.
I get it, but the tariffs are on right now, and why aren't they decreasing or going in the negative like they did last time? How come?
Repeat?
How come they aren't going in like the negative or like the backwards like it did in his first thing, like it did in his first quarter.
Because there wasn't the same level of stocking up on imports. We're also going to see other types of ailments in terms of our economy, given that there's going to be an increase in the prices of goods because they can't keep the prices down for very long in terms of eating the costs.
Aren't grocery prices like the same as what they were a year ago? With
No,
gas
they've
down,
increased.
Gas actually is down. It was
Gas has gone up since Trump got in office.
I mean, it's lower than what it was a year ago today. I feel like that's what matters.
Okay, I don't know why you'd be qualifying based upon a year ago today rather than since Trump got in office.
And it's like sometimes like less than $3, and I didn't really see that.
It's really hard to hear. What did you just say?
I said sometimes it's like less than $3. I didn't really see that with Biden.
Didn't pick up on what you just said. I'm sorry. Your microphone is really bad.
I said sometimes it's even less than like $3 nowadays. I did not see that.
Yeah, you have to look at the average level of pricing on the overall U.S. stage. I'm not just referencing the prices next to me.
Okay, yeah, I guess you have a point with that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so is there anything else you want to talk about or bring up? Or
I like how he brokers like peace deals with Armenia and Azerbaijan and
yeah, so what did he do to broker that?
I know he has really aggressive like style of foreign policy, so he probably pressured them into doing it.
Yeah, but like that's not led to better conditions. He has worse public confidence on a worldwide stage. Plus, it is the case that we can point towards the idea that people feel like they have to, in order to get him to do anything on a world stage, essentially stroke his ego. That's why South Park made the episode of Donald Trump specifically, like people having to be like, "Oh, you don't have a tiny penis," every single time they address him in order to make himself feel good. Did you watch that South Park episode?
I did. I saw clips of it. They do butter him up. I know that, but he's still getting it done. He's still stopping people from like dying. So no matter what people think of him,
like
he's still.
You can't point to something that he specifically did to cause that. You're just gonna point to like political favors people have given him specifically to get him to do anything in general.
If the political favors are stopping wars, then I'll take them. No.
So you would say that
negative.
I think that this would have likely occurred either way. I don't think that Trump specifically is the catalyst for this happening. And if you'd like to provide me any evidence that Trump is the catalyst for this happening, I would love to go through that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Armenian leader said it like in the White House when they were doing it, didn't he? He said something along the lines of that. Like he was glazing, yeah, but I still take his word for it.
Do you understand like the conditions of what I'm saying though? Of like how it's like completely relevant for us to address that like Donald Trump feels like he needs to be literally like essentially like glazed, right? Otherwise he's not going to do anything. So them just glazing Trump isn't actually like evidence that like something was because of Trump, really. It's to ensure any level of cooperation.
Yeah, I get that.
Which would have existed other way around. Like you're assuming that cooperation wouldn't have been like a known factor to be the case. Like if the Harris administration were in office, the Harris administration would have cooperated within these means.
Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of gonna pivot off that. You could win that, but why don't you think Russia did anything under Trump? Because under Obama they did Crimea. Under Bush, Georgia, and under Biden, they did Ukraine.
They have done stuff under Trump. Trump so far, they've specifically got more land in Ukraine than what they would have gotten otherwise, given that Ukraine would have had more funding to defend themselves.
Isn't Russia being pushed back right
now? Specifically due to the fact that they've increased funding again. That increased funding would have never gone away in the very first place if it is the case that the Harris administration was in office.
Well, I don't think we should have been giving them like that levels of money. I think we could probably use it back home for like a tax cut or something. But
okay, then why are you okay with Donald Trump doing that?
Well, okay. Well, I never said I was. I just said I think he's.
So then you
I
agree
think
with
he's
giving
better off.
Russia more power by defunding Ukraine. That's why Putin
No,
feels
I
like he
think we
has the
should.
shot to win this, because it is the case that we weren't funding Ukraine for a bit, so they had a better shot at beating at winning specifically and taking the land in Ukraine, given it is the case that Trump was in the position of power.
Well, I think we should fund Ukraine as much as like these European countries and Canada are doing. I don't think we should be doing it to the level we're doing it.
Okay, well then you want to decrease it even more than what's existed under Trump, which would then lead to Putin having more power. So you're totally fine with Putin having more power within the region.
I'm not, but
That's the inevitable reality, though. You understand that, right?
okay. But then I'm in favor of stopping the war with his words, just not like maybe not just keep stopping it by fighting, because I don't think it's gonna. I think Russia's not gonna stop until they
So
win.
if by stop it you mean you're just gonna let Russia take over the entirety of Ukraine, I think that's fucked.
I do too. I respect Ukraine's
Why do you want that?
because I want negotiate. I want a ceasefire like on paper.
Okay, but you're not going to actually get any type of legitimate ceasefire, given that Putin doesn't actually agree to and follow through with terms.
Then why did he come?
What?
You can go.
Because it is the case that he said he would do so in the past with the Budapest Memorandum. Russia didn't follow through with that. They also didn't follow through specifically with the exchange of prisoners. Zelensky told Trump about the fact that they didn't follow through with the exchange of prisoners, and yet it is the case that Trump still believes that that's true and that they are going to follow through with it, and then got conned because of it.
Okay, yeah, that might be true, but I think we could help Ukraine, but not like we give them like hundreds of billions. And most of it, and I've heard you say before that we're just giving them old equipment, like not just like bags of money. But I'm pretty sure I saw something that said it was mostly aid, like fiscal aid, and not just military equipment. I don't know if you want me to cite it for you or something.
Well, the claim that you saw me made was probably a while ago. I mean, there have been changes specifically in that due to how long that specifically has been since then. So I'm confused what your point is. Like, what is the percentage distinction? Like in terms of the amount of aid we have given, in terms of funding, specifically in terms of dollars versus the amount of old equipment. Because pretty sure in terms of the conditions of funding, they have to buy from American producers.
Well, won't they just buy it with the cash we give them?
Yeah.
Here it is.
So we still know where that money's going.
We do, but isn't Ukraine kind of corrupt? Like I saw it was like it wasn't like a corruption scale or something like that. And Ukraine had
If
like
you
a
have any
35.
good evidence that the money specifically is like not going to where it's supposed to be going, then I would love to see it.
Okay, you're right. That was a dumb claim, but yeah, I think it's bad. Okay, I think he's at least trying to stop. He's trying to do something. If Ukraine has to give up like 5% of their land,
Trump's trying to do something. What is he trying to do?
He's trying to use his words and stop the war. With
was Biden not doing that?
Well, I think that's what I like about him better than Biden. I think on foreign policy, I think
Biden used his words. You're just like not acknowledging reality if you don't say that. Like Biden was totally getting the entirety of Europe to help defend Ukraine from Russia. Like Biden was a part of that. You can't deny that.
Yeah, he was. But do you think he really like tried as much as he should have to stop it? Like before
you could have said that he could have tried more, but he was going to do more than Trump.
Well, we don't know that yet definitively. It just
we do.
Just happened.
We obviously do. Come on, we saw it happen. Trump cut the funding. We saw it. It happened in real time.
Then he increased it. So what's?
Yeah, but we would have had even more funding if it was the case that Trump wasn't in office in the first place.
What's like the max amount of money you're okay with going to Ukraine?
I'm not sure.
But don't you think like 500 billion was a bit much, or no?
We haven't given 500 billion.
You don't think we've given 500 billion?
Nope.
Actually, yeah, I'd have to add it all together. I think closer to 150 billion. But
That's a big distinction.
I know, but are you fine with that? Like 150 billion dollars going to them?
Yeah.
You could take away like half that and give everyone in the U.S. a big tax cut, or something like that.
I would prefer to take the money from big fossil fuel companies that they're getting in subsidies, or the massive tax breaks that Trump's giving to millionaires and billionaires.
What
Or the
subsidies are
massive
fossil fuel companies doing?
Yeah. So we can I can show you from a governmental perspective the level of fossil fuel subsidies that they're getting. They get for different types of levels of production, whether that be through the context of what's it called? Coal, whether that be through the context of natural gas, and other sorts of fossil fuels that we would classify. Would you like me to provide the certain subsidies, like the names of them, like the under the government, or would you like me just to acknowledge the level of funds that are going towards subsidies?
I'll acknowledge it, yeah, but I'll take your word for it. But and when you say tax breaks to billionaires, are you talking about lowering the corporate tax rate?
Yeah, I think I think we should heighten the corporate tax rate. I think that's good in terms of having a top marginal tax rate and also a progressive tax structure for corporate taxes. Secondly, I think that we should acknowledge that from a governmental perspective, that the best way to fund taxes and revenue for our system is to tax people who are disproportionately rich. So Donald Trump's tax policy targeted towards benefiting giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires is exactly what we'd want to go against. Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts for people who are making under $400,000 a year, and then increase taxes on people whose income is over $400,000 a year.
She wants to. So what did she want to increase the corporate tax rate to?
Yeah, to 28%.
Also, her tax code. How would she know she would have done it or anything if she don't you need to pass that through Congress to like expire tax code or reinstate a new one?
Yeah, but a president being elected would change the likelihood of us supporting different policy in Congress. So, I mean, if we had people voting more Democratic policy, it would be the case that we'd have better sets of conditions for being able to vote in Democratic policy.
Okay, that makes sense. I don't know how I feel about just like taking money from people who are not like ultra billionaires, understand, but just like semi-rich people. I don't know about that.
Like, what do you mean by semi-rich people? People who make over 400 grand a year?
People, yeah, that's not like, you don't know, they're all like scumbag billionaires who are like.
I'm not saying everyone is. I'm saying that it makes sense for them to pay a little bit more comparative to everyone else having to pay more.
Well, don't
we're
they
saying
contribute
we're
to
saying they're
society
paying more on their income over 400K. Every dollar before 400K doesn't get taxed at a higher rate. And here's the reality: we live in a fucking society, dude. We have to pay for things. We have duties as a society, and if we want to fulfill the duties that we have as a society to take care of everyone within our communities, well, then someone has to pay for it. Who's going to pay for that? Us as a society. Who has the ability to pay for that more? Those that are privileged by the system.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Also, the other thing is like, Kamala
I'm not asking for someone to give 70% of their income. That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying they pay a fair rate. And right now, one of the biggest issues is that capital gains tax rates are nowhere near what we see in terms of income tax. And by the way, the brackets, they stop too low. Why is it the same tax bracket for those that make $500,000 a year for those that make fucking $20 million a year? That doesn't make any sense even.
Bracket and 2% bracket and 3%.
No, we need brackets that go even higher for a progressive structure, even past like the 400 or 500K numbers. Like someone making multiple millions should be paying a higher tax bracket than someone making 500,000 a year. Like I think that there's even a big distinction between those numbers.
Okay, and what you're saying is I know that's far from Trump, but like the like tax wise and economic wise, aren't the Democrats like center right? They're not like any. They're not any of that. They're not pro mass amnesty.
When you say center right, you're talking about capitalism. Like you're saying anyone who is pro capitalism or it believes in liberal democracy is center right, and that's not the typical notion of center right that I would use. Like to be honest, I used to like use that same type of terminology because I used to be a socialist, but I don't think it's applicable to like typical daily life. Like I would consider myself on the left, especially when referencing in America. But I don't go around calling myself a leftist because I know how specific leftists are with the terminology in terms of that. But like I am on the left in America.
Okay, so and you talk about mass amnesty a lot. Are you aware that the only person in modern history to do that was like a Republican?
Sorry, I can't hear you, man. You must be covering your mic or something.
I was, but you advocate for mass amnesty a lot, which I actually don't hate, but do you know the last time someone did mass amnesty was like a Republican? So like the Democrats, they aren't like I don't know. I don't think they're your friend or like anyone's friend.
I don't think the Democrats were the last ones to do. I mean, Democrats were we had amnesty policy specifically under Democratic administrations, but I'm not disputing that Republicans historically have done amnesty policies. That doesn't mean that the left isn't closer to amnesty policies right now. The left, economically speaking, is closer to those types of policies. And there are Democrats I disagree with in terms of their immigration policies. Yes, they are, because they want faster and safer immigration, whereas Republicans do not.
Okay, so Democrats, so they don't want to give mass amnesty, and they don't like to deport. So do you just want them to the undocumented people to live in the shadows the whole time? At least when our Republicans aren't sure, they know what's going to happen to them. When Democrats aren't sure, they're like can't even like.
Really ridiculous. I think that undocumented immigrants are at a greater risk of being negatively impacted when Republicans are in office, especially the Republicans we're talking about historically speaking. Now, like, could there be like a conservative type Republican that is more libertarian-esque that wants there to be less restrictions on the border that I might agree with more on immigration? Sure. But that doesn't exist right now. That's the reality.
And are you in favor of strong borders or not?
It depends on what you mean by strong borders. Like what a Trump's border means by strong borders, probably not. But like, would I say that I believe in a sense of strong borders? Yeah. Like under my own notion, they're strong borders. Like I think that under my notion, we'd have a better job at dealing with like anyone who's committed a violent crime or bad crime, or is like actually a threat to our society, given that law enforcement wouldn't be focusing on deporting people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, or who are not a threat to our society. So it's like I think that like honestly, like in a sense in which we are more safe and secure, I think that we'd be safer and more secure under my model than yours.
I just think like if you're gonna do something with immigrants, either deport them or give them mass amnesty. Don't just do nothing and have no like real stance on it and just like keep in the middle.
They do have a system of they're advocating for people to get into the country faster, and also it's because some Democrats have had a certain position on immigration doesn't mean all Democrats have that position. I think my position is becoming more prevalent within the Democratic Party.
I mean, I don't know. Your guys' leader, Hakeem Jeffries, I really don't like that guy.
Okay, can you?
He's like,
how about you give me the reason why you dispute my economic policy on immigration?
I did like relating to immigration. I don't, because I actually think immigrants do a lot for us. But
I mean, if you agree with my position on immigration, then immigration can't be the reason why you support Trump. Because my position more closely aligns with the current Democratic Party's position comparative to the current Republican Party's position.
Well, it wasn't. You're the one that I'm pretty sure you brought up immigration.
Sure. Wait. Did you never bring it up?
First, sure
I mean, I probably would have said it in response to what you bring it up.
I don't know. We were talking about foreign policy, then I got rolled into this. I didn't like Kamala that much as a candidate. I didn't like how she was like I don't know, she was like with Dick Cheney and stuff. I really didn't like that.
Sure.
Anyone with Dick Cheney.
I'm not a big fan either, but I'm confused what your point is.
Also the trans and sports thing. I get it's like a non-issue. Trans people in sports.
It is totally a non-issue.
Yeah, it's like a non-issue. But then
Can you
why do the
name one
Democrats?
trans person that's dominating sports currently?
Well, no, that's why I said it's a non-issue.
Okay, so then
Wait, there
like,
was
why
that
would
one
you bring it
person-
up?
Well, I'm going to get into the reason why I bring it up. I personally don't really care. I think morally it's wrong, but the Democrats, it was like
How is it morally wrong?
because like biological advantages.
Because of what?
Biological advantages. Only when it comes to stuff
Okay,
like
so
boxing.
then here's my question. Here's my question. Do you think that most professional athletes have biological advantages? So it's going to be an unfair biological advantage, not just a biological advantage. And if you're talking about an unfair biological advantage, okay, well then what certain situations in which, to say, there's a trans woman that's worse than the average cis woman in a particular sport, should they be allowed to play in that sport?
If it's like soccer or basketball, yeah, but if it's like
okay,
a strength
wait, so then
sport,
you do think that trans women should be able to play in women's sports? Then like I'm confused.
in some sports, yeah,
Well, then what sports do you think that there should be a restriction?
boxing, wrestling, football, MMA, and probably some more I can name.
Okay,
Like
but
hockey,
okay, and do you think that's going to be applicable to most cases?
I mean, yeah, most people aren't like most people, they don't have like HRT, they aren't like biologically too. Most people just socially.
So okay, so then so in plenty of other sports, you're okay with people playing, so long as that there's not some unfair biological advantage. One, you'd have to be able to point to that there's an unfair biological advantage after multiple years of HRT in the specific sports that you're referencing. So in any case, in any individual case, you'd have to be able to provide that that's true in order to say that they shouldn't be allowed to play. So why would this be specifically determined from a legislative case, from in a federal stance, rather than it being up to like the certain leagues and certain scenarios based upon like the individual, right, and the set of criteria that they meet?
Give the power to the school board for that, something like that. But
if you're wait, so then why are you bringing it up in a federal context then? If you think it's not a federally
well, you didn't
determined
let me
position.
finish. I called it a non-issue. I was going to get into a larger point.
Okay.
It's so you talk about how there's like what was it, like 10 athletes in the NCAA that are trans, and I get that. I was like, I know it's a non-issue, but then why was your party? They were so like, they like died on that hill. They knew it would kill them, and just they didn't take a stance. They didn't back it. So they didn't say like
they didn't take any stance on it. I don't know what you mean by died on the hill. They didn't take any stance, which is actually like what I think the issue is that they let the right demonize trans people without providing any type of defense for trans people. And I think that specifically not only harmed Democrats because it allowed for them to create a boogeyman out of trans people and Democrats, but it also specifically didn't help trans people, which is really bad. And I think that right now, when trans people are literally such a risk due to our certain systems existing in such a way in which literally, one, bigotry towards trans people is actively normalized, especially within the Republican administrations, and two, there are actively systems to disenfranchise trans people. Like, for example, Trump literally is kicking trans people out of the military just for being trans. Do you support that?
Yeah, I disagree with that completely.
Okay,
I think
so instead of bringing up a non-issue of trans people in sports, how about we talk about the real issues of the fact that trans people are being kicked out of the military, right?
Yeah, I think that's bad. I don't think they should matter. I think if you're willing to serve, then you're willing to serve.
Okay, so then like, what makes you support Donald Trump, given that that's the case?
You probably refuse, but some refuse to take a
Hey,
stand.
dude, you just like cover your mic constantly, and I have such a hard time hearing anything you're
keeps, like,
saying.
falling-
I'm
keeps
honestly
falling
almost
onto my
about to
mic.
kick you, dude. Like, it's really hard.
It keeps like fall. Okay, let me just hold it because I'm on the. Okay, is it fine now?
Yeah.
Okay, it's not that it's not like the actual content of the problem. It's the fact that some refused to take a stand and some backed it completely. If there's like 10 athletes in the NCAA, are you like really trying to die on that hill? Because the majority of the country disagrees with you, even though I don't really care. I don't think it's an issue. Majority of people, especially older people, they won't see it like that. They think, oh, it's just men and women's sports. They look at it black and white. And you're not going to get to all of them. You're not going to teach all of them that. So
I'm sorry. Am I going to hold positions I don't hold? because it is the case that I want to seem more optically acceptable by other people? Or am I going to actually uphold values and true stances and stand on what I actually believe? You can speak for yourself and just trying to be someone who you're not and not upholding the true values that you have, but I'm going to stand on my values. If it's not politically if it's not optically the best thing to talk about, I'm still going to hold the position. If people bring it up, I can respond to it, and I can talk about the fact that they hold insane, absurd positions. Just because people don't think that the view is popular doesn't mean we should back up from the view, because oftentimes there have been views, historically speaking, that have been the right views, and they haven't been popular, and we need to popularize them. That's the point of these types of movements, is to popularize moral and good views. And, dude, honestly, you are perpetuating this culture that does not leave trans people the fuck alone when they deserve to be left the fuck alone, instead of having systems of oppression harm them. Seriously though, you're putting them at the forefront of being like, specifically, or us defending trans people is somehow a harm to our movement, instead of saying that trans people don't deserve to be harmed in the very first place, and acknowledging that trans people are being harmed by Republicans.
I agree. They are being harmed by Republicans. They should be left alone. They shouldn't be political.
So then why are you supporting the candidate that is certainly helping or not helping trans people and harming them?
I'm not. I'm saying your party. Would you really? I know you like standing on your morals and all that, and that's a good thing. That means you have good character. But are you still gonna do that if it gets Trump elected on one issue?
It's not one thing specifically that gets Trump elected. And two, again, are you actually a Trump supporter, or are you just coming on my live stream and bullshitting and saying that you're a Trump supporter just to talk to me?
I voted. I mean, like, I would vote for him over the Democrats, just not because I like him, just because I don't think I don't.
Then why are you even taking this perspective? This would be like a Democrat that is coming up on the
because
the
it
live
shows
that specifically
because
would be
it
like,
shows how lost the party is.
No, it doesn't. How you think I'm lost?
No, not you. I mean the party leadership.
How am I the one that's... Dude, you're not making any sense. I'm the one that holds the view. The Democratic Party hasn't even clarified their view on the matter.
And that's the issue. That was the issue.
That's what I said was the issue. But you said that they're dying on this hill. They're not even dying on any hill. They didn't even accept the position.
Okay, yeah, I kind of see what you're kind of right. You're right. You're right. You're right on that.
Okay. So then, like, what is it then? What gets you to support Trump?
I think socially, I just say, like, I've always been a conservative. I don't know.
In what way?
In ways like tax policy, like I said earlier, and if this was before
what tax policies?
I would have wanted it today. Like tax policy and social policy in general, like immigration and
your social policy. Wait, you said that I was the one that brought up immigration. We already had a conversation about immigration. You just brought it up again as a reason as to why you support Trump. After we just went through the conversation.
I meant the first time.
What?
I meant the first time, but I'll concede on that. I think it's like, I don't know. I think the socially, I've just been a conservative. I'm not like a progressive or like a liberal or communist, any of that. I'm like, I don't want society to I think we're fine how we are. I'm just a conservative, principled.
Okay, in like what way? Like what specifically? You just
I
don't
want
change
AI
society
to
at all?
take over the world.
You don't want what to take over?
I think we need to change the bad things a lot, but I don't think we need to change it that much. I don't think we need to progress like that much. I think we're fine how we are. Everyone gets a chance to prosper. Everyone thinks we're fine.
We don't have the highest social mobility. People in this country die at an exorbitant rate because it is the case they don't get access to preventative health care that they need. There's literally 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. The deregulations to AI specifically that will lead to more AI taking jobs will literally be because of the fact that Republicans deregulate AI. And like I also just want to acknowledge a reality. Like it is a reality that technological advancements reduce jobs in certain areas. That's just a reality of the certain conditions. Now, that type of condition might be different due to deregulations that they impose, which can bring about other risks and harms. But the inevitable reality is that through technological advancement, you don't require the same amount of jobs in order to produce the same certain goods. I'm gonna go crazy. Why am I?
Okay. The AI thing was like a really fringe topic. I wasn't like meant to be taken like that seriously, but it was more the other stuff.
Okay, like what?
And yeah, I just like you didn't really address the point. I don't think any I think stuff needs to change healthcare wise, but that's not really like social policy. I'm like, yeah, we need to incentivize doctors and all this, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see
How do you incentivize doctors to exist to a greater degree?
We could maybe like invest in medical school, make it easier to like less expensive to go there. Just incentivize kids to it. I'm sure there's ways to do it. I don't know how.
That's a democratic policy. That's a liberal policy.
Incentivizing people to become doctors is a democratic policy.
Yes, by providing access to greater levels of education.
Then why haven't they done anything? University is extremely expensive. You could say they advocate for this.
You said they historically, liberals have been the only ones advocating for that, and Republicans don't want to advocate for that.
Are you talking about liberal conservatives, the ideology, or conservative Democratic Party? Because you said...
I'm saying both conservatives ideologically and the Republican Party.
Okay, but yeah, I don't think we're going to see eye to eye on like anything, but I appreciate the conversation.
Okay, what makes you think that?
I don't know. I think we're just like fundamentally different. I don't think we're like, you're like a progressive. I'm like a moderate to center right conservative. I don't know.
Yeah, you think we're so fundamentally different, but then you're not really providing the reasons as to why you would disagree with me on certain things. It seems like a lot of the things we've talked about, you'd ended up agreeing with me on, to a certain extent.
I agree with you. Maybe not the party or the people you run. That might be the problem.
So then, like, if I were to run, you would vote for me over Trump?
If you had principles and actually, like, believed in something, yeah, sure, I probably would.
Do I not have principles? Do I not believe in things? I'm saying me
no,
right
I
now.
I think you do.
Me right now. Would you vote for me over Trump?
Well, probably not, because that's a strange question. I don't know how to answer that.
Why not?
That's a really broad question. I think it needs to be deeper than that a little bit.
But like, answer the question: why wouldn't you vote for me over Donald Trump?
Because I don't know. I don't support like taking money from successful people and giving it to less successful people. Just like fundamental stuff again.
So all you mean is taking money from the rich and giving to the poor?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of that.
So you're not in favor of redistribution policy. So do you support Social Security?
Yes.
Do you support Medicare?
I do. Like.
Do you support Medicaid?
And when I say Medicaid for people that can work, yeah.
Okay, so okay. By the way, so that's an insane take. By the way, so like, are you saying what about for people who are disabled? Should they not receive Medicaid?
No, they should. They're exempt. They're like elderly and
disabled, yeah.
Okay, I just got a not eligible for recommendation thing. I'm gonna hit a quick restart my live. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about before I go on to the next person?
No, just thanks for the conversation. I think you're much better than Dean. Much nicer.
For sure. Hey chat everyone, how is the lag on YouTube? How's the lag on YouTube? My internet is so bad right now. I need to hit a restart on it, and the thing is, if I hit a restart, I'm gonna lose everyone. And it's really annoying that I'm gonna lose everyone if I do. Is it laggy or is it fine? Okay, no lag. If it gets to a point where like there's so much lag, I probably will hit a quick restart on the internet. YouTube fine, it's barely lag. Okay. I just feel like it's inevitably going to get to a point where it lags, you know, for YouTube. TikTok is apparently really bad though, so I don't know what is going on. Maybe it's just TikTok is garbage or something. But yeah, I need to make it like a thing where like every day before I go live that I just hit a restart on my internet. Because like it's actually insane that this happens. Let me see it fine. Is it fine now, everyone? Are you Ethernet? Yes, I'm Etherneted in. It looks like it's fine now. I think TikTok is kind of just like has an issue right now. Dean's TikTok was lagging for me earlier. It could just be TikTok, to be honest, but yeah, I think it might be because like it's mostly fine. I don't know. It's still just like it's not as much as it normally is. Like my internet is normally quicker. I don't know. It was just TikTok. Okay. All right. I'll keep it going then. I'm thinking maybe I can go like another hour or so. I knew I was going to do a little bit less today. I think I'm going to get up to 4 hours for today. And I don't think I'll be able to do much more than that. I did feel like doing a bit less today. What's up, everyone joining in though? Alrighty. Do give it a second, everyone, for people to join up. Do give it a second for people to join up. Alrighty. We're gonna start getting people up here in a second. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Najia, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's great. Thank you so much, Najia. I really appreciate the $20. Get some W's for Najia in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some fucking W's in the comment section right now. How many viewers does it say we're at? Did we lose people here on YouTube? Dude, it's just like it goes all around. Like I feel like the YouTube view count in the top right is not reliable. It's honestly not reliable. Because when I look at like the studio thing, it tells me a different number. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Someone said Parker's Cash App doesn't work. I'm pretty sure it works. You should be able to click through onto my Cash App through the link tree in my bio, and it should work. Everyone, if you're here on YouTube, make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to hit the like button. 2.1K. It doesn't say that for me. So it says 2.1, but then like literally literally it says like 3,000 almost. For me, it says 29.31. I don't know. It's so weird. Yeah, is it working for everyone? Rachel, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you. What's more reliable, Parker's Wi-Fi or MAGA's sources? I don't know. That's a close one. That's a close one, to be honest. All right, do give it a second for people to join up, everyone. Your Venmo doesn't work. It says that there's something doesn't allow me to donate. What? What's going on? I'm so confused. I don't know. Maybe it's internet or something. Like, does it work for everyone else? I have noticed that, like, to be totally honest, that, like, you know, people haven't really been sending anything. But, like, I didn't really think much of it. It mainly has been YouTube, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm not quite sure. We're gonna just try to get people up here. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you. I love what you do, Parker.
Appreciate you. Jeanette, thank you so much for the dollar for testing. It seemingly works for Jeanette. Clarissa, thank you for the dollar for donation. Yeah, it's working for some people. That's really weird. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, my Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal is in my the pinned comment pinned comment on my YouTube. Asma, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you, Tessa, with the dollar. I appreciate it. It's working. Yeah. Okay. I think it's working. I think maybe for some people it isn't. Huh. That's so weird that it's only happening for some people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Do you? What's your birth year?
It is 2005. I'm turning 20 in 3 days.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I just like taking 10% of Intel. I honestly think that might be a good business deal. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on it.
I don't think the government's role should be just to take percentages of businesses. I don't see like a benefit really in that. I don't know. I think that
You don't think there's a chance for ROI?
Preferable.
Sorry, what? Sorry.
I think the Chips and Science Act was preferable. I
Yeah,
think that if you
I
want to
think they got
increase
great money
domestic
from chips.
manufacturing, I think that the Biden-Harris administration had better policy to deal with that. Now, could there be some type of ROI? Yeah.
Did this take away money from the CHIPS Act? Because I definitely agree with the CHIPS Act. Don't get me wrong.
No, I never said it took away money from the CHIPS Act. I just said I preferred this comparative to like what Donald Trump put into place. So I prefer other policy than what Trump is advocating for.
That makes sense. You don't think that the government should be propping up businesses like this?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that it should never be the case. I'm just saying that like I'm not willing to overlook any sort of policy of the Democrats because of this. I don't think that it's so great because of that.
Okay.
Like, sure, there could be an ROI. Sure, there could be a benefit from it. Not quite sure the extent of what that would be, but I don't see how that gets you anywhere.
All right. Well, I was really just curious on your thoughts on that. I really had nothing else to say. So
You don't want to tell me why you support Trump?
that's really all I wanted to talk about. Have a great night. That's really all I wanted to talk about.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Marnie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 for I had to copy paste into Cash App, not go through BioLink. Really? Mercury, thank you for the $1. Thank you. I could try through my own. Yo, what's up? How old are you? ID. Actually, I don't have to click on TikTok. I can literally just click on my Cash App. Yeah, it should take you. What the hell? Why did it just cut out like that? That was so weird. What just happened? Did anyone hear that? Yeah, it works. It seemingly works for me. But that was so weird that just happened. Roosevelt, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Tommy with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Tommy in the comment section right now? As well as Rita with the $10 on Venmo. Thank you. It's seemingly working. Can we get some fucking W's for Rita and W's for Tommy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Seriously, I really appreciate it. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. W's in the comment section right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's up? What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
April.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
I would just say funding, like funding for Ukraine and I don't know, countries outside of the U.S.
Funding for Ukraine?
Yeah,
You
I
don't
just
want that, or you do want that?
No, I just disagree with the amount of money sent to other countries. I mean, not specifically Ukraine, but just money in general.
Trump
I think
is
that's
also increasing how much we are spending. He increased it again.
I don't think so. I mean, I think that like just generally, like we should allocate funds like domestically. I just think for certain things they're just like way more important. I don't know.
Wait, repeat what you just said, sorry?
I just personally think we should allocate funds domestically instead of sending and pumping money into other countries. And there are like way more important things to be figured out in our own country.
Okay. Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
So we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they give up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. They gave up their nuclear weapons, so it's our turn to defend them.
I mean, do you mind if I just give you an example just of like what I think that the money should be allocated towards or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, sorry, my audio kind of cut out. Can you hear me? Sorry. Okay. No, I just wanted to say, I mean, here I'm just gonna wait for you to kind of like, I don't know. I want to respect the
You're fine, I'm here. I can hear you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that, I mean, I think that there are more things that are like, that are way more important, like in our country. Like, I mean, I think certain funds and most of our funds should be allocated towards like me and you kind of like having a tickle fight. I just think it's way more like important. It's
Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. How do I just not remember the voice, dude? It's
Fuck
just
you,
like
nigga. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you.
disgusting, dude. It's like, hey, what's up, how old are you?
What's up, man?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I absolutely 100% do.
What's your birth year?
1985.
For sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, let's see. He's secured the border. He's getting all the illegal immigrants out that, you know, have committed crimes in our states and other states. He's ended, 6 wars now, I believe. And just, you know, he's trying to make America better. He's, you know, enacting National Guard in these cities that just allow crime and chaos and, you know, getting that shit fixed. And I just feel he's doing a great job. I mean, Biden wouldn't even answer a question. Trump's
Can I ask you
doing
a question?
questions every day. Yep.
Can you name the 6 wars that he ended?
I mean, the Uganda war was one of them. He's working on the Ukraine-Russia war that's in the process right now.
So that hasn't happened yet. So what else?
I don't know the other wars, but there's been 6 of them that have been going for a while.
You don't know any of
Hungary.
them, so all you could just say is Uganda?
I mean, the one that was going for 30 years, he ended that one because of the tariffs talk.
And that was called?
I don't know the exact name of the countries, but
So he's ended 6 wars, but you can't mention any of them, seemingly?
yeah. I mean, he's been in 7 months, and he's ended 6.
Okay,
wars
let's
that
let's
are
talk
accused of having them.
let's talk about other things. So he has not ended
Yep.
6 wars in the 7 months he's been in office. It's ridiculous.
I mean, you can Google it.
I have. He's not ended 6 wars in the 7 months he's been in office. If you want to reference him enacting the National Guard in D.C., that was definitely not justified. I mean, if we look at D.C., there was the lowest crime in the past 30 years before Trump got in office. So I
DC
don't
what?
understand why you would say that you would want to deploy the National Guard now, but you wouldn't deploy it when Trump was first in office.
I mean, we deployed the National Guard in California to stop all that BS.
And that was bad. We didn't want that. That was against the determination of the governor of the state.
Well, the governor's a fucking idiot, so it makes sense.
I mean, I prefer Gavin Newsom's determinations over Donald Trump when it comes to the National Guard here, for
I
sure.
mean, he let your Palisades burn to the ground because he didn't have enough
I mean,
water.
how would he have changed that from happening?
I mean, he would have had water in the fire hydrants. That would have helped to start.
It's not that we didn't have water. It's the specifically highly pressurized water.
I mean, there would have been solutions, I'm sure.
Yeah, can you tell me what Republicans would have done?
Yeah,
they would have defunded it. They would have defunded those programs.
I mean,
because they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay for other people's houses not to be burned down.
I mean, we only defund stuff that doesn't affect America or help America. I mean,
What?
look at California as far as gas. You guys pay $5-6 in gas taxes.
Okay.
When the rest of the states,
I don't
in
pay
the
$5
country-
a gallon. I'm near $4 now.
Are you in California?
Yeah, I live in LA.
LA? Okay, $4. We're paying $2.80 in the rest of the states. You
Okay.
guys have been paying $4, $5, $6 for how long?
Okay.
And you think Gavin Newsom is the answer?
I think he's better than Trump.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. I would definitely prefer Gavin Newsom over Donald Trump.
I mean, Gavin Newsom is resorting to Trump tactics. Have you seen his
Yeah,
tweets
and he
stuff?
low key destroying Trump on that. I mean, his tweets are hilarious, just making fun of Trump. He's trying
he's
trying to rebrand MAGA and Maha. He tried to rebrand MAGA into Make America Gavin again, and some people are saying that he should rebrand Maha to Make America Hot again. That's what some people are saying. I'm not saying that, but other people are saying that
Yeah.
apparently.
I mean, the economy is overall better. Grocery prices have come down. I mean, I don't. Grocery prices have come down. Eggs were $10, $12 when Biden was in office. They're now down to $2.
So you're saying gas went down. The gas has actually gone up since Trump got in office. What was your other point?
Eggs were what, $12?
That has to do with the bird flu, man. That has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. You think the Biden-Harris administration caused bird flu? Like, come on, bro.
No, I mean just the fact that eggs went to that high is crazy.
Because of bird flu. Because we had to literally we had to kill a bunch of chickens because of bird flu.
Yep.
He's like, you know what? We should have let that shit spread.
Just let it spread. Just bird
Just
flu,
let
that's
that
fine.
shit spread. Are you serious?
No.
Okay, come on, man.
How about LA's with all your homeless people situation? That's okay. Government.
Can you name one Trump policy that is specifically reducing homelessness?
Not off the top of my head. You just get a job and you won't be homeless.
Get a job. Okay, so
Is there no jobs in California?
You saying just get a job is actually incredibly insane. Also, given the fact that Trump's economy is horrible in terms of the job market, the jobs numbers increases are way lower than expectations. 72,000, which was half of what we expected of the 150,000 the last month, and the month prior specifically being 19,000, the month prior being 14,000, when we literally had like way higher expectations for those months. Plus, we saw unemployment rise to 4.2%. From 4% when Trump got into office. I mean, Trump hasn't engaged in any policy specifically to benefit the job market. So you're just saying get a job in a worse labor market and job market than existed under Biden?
I mean, you realize we have like $500 trillion of investments coming in with new businesses and stuff, bringing their shit
And you realize that
back
there's a
to
decrease
America.
you realize that there's a decrease in investment in this country when you impose tariffs on other countries. Because it is the case that at the higher price for American consumers to buy those products, they buy them at a lower rate. And then other countries around the world will place retaliatory tariffs on us because we place tariffs on them. Meaning that it is the case that we have less business in their country.
But
so
you
like
also
what
realize-
you're not understanding is that they're reducing their investment in our country when we impose a tariff on them. And we tax our own people. So not only are you taxing your own people, but you're reducing the investment in our country that other countries make into our country. I mean, did you say 500 trillion?
Yeah. Do you realize
it's not
all
500
these
trillion?
tariffs-
Wait, did you actually seriously say 500 trillion?
It wasn't 500 trillion. I don't know how many trillion it was. It was
How many
at
trillions
least-
do you think it was?
What I've heard and seen is 5 to 10 trillion, maybe.
Really? Can you give me a source for that?
I mean, Apple's giving us investments.
Apple does that with every president. They're just placating to the presidential nominee. They're not specifically doing anything in specific. So I'd love to see this great level of investment. You said other countries. Apple is not another country.
Saudi Arabia. How much have they given us?
How much did they say?
Almost $1 billion.
$1 billion is really close from 5 to 10 trillion.
I mean, that's just one country.
So then give me another country. You're really far away from that 5 to 10 trillion. Let's see how close you can get here. Well, I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Give him a second, everyone, while he finds this information. He's got to go look it up through DuckDuckGo. Maybe he'll see it on Fox News under Jesse Waters' newest post. Or maybe Alex Jones, from InfoWars, or he'll find the information somewhere from something on the internet. Maybe something on BitChute. Or wait, maybe he could be checking out Newsmax, Newsmax might have some information that he could find. Julianne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Man, so we got...
And Anonymous, thank you so much for the incredible message. Thank you so much. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you, and I'm glad that I can be there for you. I'm glad that I could be there for you. Seriously, that's so nice of you. Carroll, thank you for the $5, and Noel, thank you so much for the $2. But yeah, Anonymous, I really hope that I can provide some community for you, because that's like, I that's incredibly hard to deal with. I know how hard that can be, especially for a loved one.
Parker.
Hold on one second. Teresa, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Teresa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. To the MAGA that complain about sports BS, I visited the emergency room today in Texas. I'm appalled by the inquiries. Hold up. By the inquiries I had to answer before receiving medical attention. They inquired about my pregnancy status and citizenship, as well as the duration of my symptoms. Furthermore, I was informed that I need an ultrasound to inform my hysterectomy. The physician also conducted an x-ray to assess my impacted sinuses. Subsequently, he advised me I can't read the whole thing. Thank you so much. I can't read the whole thing. It doesn't actually show me on PayPal, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Lexi, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Marnie, thank you. Roosevelt, thank you for the $5. Shannon, thank you for the $5. London with the $10. Thank you so much, London. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. SourceTrustMeBro.org. For real. Did you find your source?
I did.
What is the source?
The WhiteHouse.gov.
What's the title? Is it the partisan source from the federal government or from the Trump administration?
Trump effect. Trump effect, a running list of new U.S. investments in President Trump's second term.
Trump effect what?
Trump effect, a running list of new U.S. investments in President Trump's second term. And this was as of August 15th. It's just a list of companies that are investing money in our country now and bringing.
So this is from April or August 15th, 2025, from the White House website, everyone. This is a partisan source from the White House government. Let's look into it. These aren't different countries. These are different businesses specifically saying that they have announced different investments. Like, for example, the one that you're saying in terms of Apple announcing the $600 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing. That's something they do before every single, after every single election time. They did this with Biden when he got elected, and they did this with prior elections as well. A lot of these are just announcements, right, of different investments. They have nothing to do specifically with like the Trump administration's policy.
I mean, we have GM.
Like for
breaking
example,
their
you know,
stuff.
every year there's companies that specifically announce different investments in the country. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Does that mean that those investments are due to the administration in the White House?
Absolutely. If you don't like the president that's running the country, you're not going to invest in that country. You're
So
only
you
going
know,
to
okay,
invest in
you
a
know what?
country you believe in.
Let's take the logical extent of that worldview. Would you say if there's less, say, manufacturing investment in the country now than what there was prior, then that would be evidence of the fact that the administration caused that?
Possibly.
What do you mean by possibly? I thought that's what you just were advocating.
I mean, basically, we're not going to get investments in our country if they think we have a weak leader that's not going to do anything.
I'm just asking, like, if it is the case that we have less investment now than what we had prior, then would you agree with me that that would mean that, like, that's because of the administration in office?
I mean, we don't have less than what we used to have, so I would disagree.
Well, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying if we had less, like, would that be evidence?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, it would be?
Yeah, because I guarantee the investments that were, strained out when Biden was president were not as good as they are now.
Really? Really? Really?
Yes.
You think that's true?
Yes.
100%. Interesting. So, I mean, do you see the screen right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it goes up.
Let me make sure you can see the full thing real quick. Hold up. You see this?
Yeah, zoom it out a little bit. I can see most of it.
Is it good now?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is when Trump got in office, right here.
Yep.
This is when he left office.
Yep.
So it decreased. This is when
Yep.
Biden got in office. This is when Biden left office. That means it increased. And this is when Trump is in office, and this is it declining.
Yeah.
So do you blame Trump for that?
No.
Didn't you just say like 30 seconds ago that if it happened under the administration that you would blame them? Like if manufacturing went down?
It will be.
Like manufacturing investment?
That chart will be going way higher than it was with Biden. Once
Really? Because I mean,
take place. They haven't taken place yet.
you said it will be going. So like as of right now, you agree that it's not.
So I'm
and you
saying
agree
we're
that,
in year one.
So as of right now, you agree that it's not and it's worse off, right? And that you said because. Oh, actually, let's just clarify. You said if it is the case that manufacturing investment declined, that you would blame the administration. And then I showed you evidence of it declining. And then you said you didn't blame the administration, knowing that it was applicable to Trump.
Everything declines at the beginning because they're unsure of what's going to happen.
Really? Because, I mean, that didn't happen under Biden.
I mean, what did Biden do for the 4 years he was in president besides be a shell or a ghost? Like, no one knew who the president was of our country. Seen him.
Wait, before you pivot, I'd love to talk about this here in a second. Before you pivot, we have to acknowledge that you made the argument that if it happened under the administration, if the manufacturing investment declined, that's because of the administration. So then clearly you'd have to blame Trump for the decline in U.S. manufacturing investment in the country.
Yeah, at the beginning, because people hate Trump.
So then why are you saying that Trump is responsible for all of these different investments in the country when I gave you literal evidence that there's been a decline in U.S. manufacturing investment and that there was a massive increase under the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, because you've seen the fucking article of where we've gotten all these extra investments that we never had before.
So again, you just said there's all these different investments, and then I just showed you investments have actually declined. So yes, you can specifically say there have been these investments, but overall the amount of investments has declined in terms of manufacturing investment.
They have not been included yet because they haven't started. They're still working on getting the investments here.
So the investments have not.
Once
actually
you make an
undergone
investment, it doesn't it's not instant.
So then why is it declined when it was prior increasing?
I'm not sure. All I know is, at the end of the day, you can't say that President Trump is not doing 10 times more than what President Biden did in his 4 years of office.
He's doing way less. He's doing worse for the country. He's doing 10 times more. He's doing 10 times more to destroy the country. That's what he's doing. Yes, I'm not trolling. He's doing 10 times more to undermine the integrity of our democratic elections, our rule of law, our constitution, our core American values, our court system. I mean, plenty of things about our system. His legislation has harmed people who are in the working class, people relying on health insurance and food stamps, right? And he's going to cut people off of their access, like children, off of their access to free school lunch and breakfast. Over 420,000 children will have a restricted access to free school lunch and free school breakfast because of the big, beautiful bill.
You realize they only gave out free lunches because it was COVID.
This is not just this is not just COVID emergency. And no, they didn't just give out free lunches because of COVID.
We didn't have free lunches back in the day for every kid.
Wait, no, it isn't for every child. And right now, we're talking about this did exist prior. When I was a kid, I knew children that specifically got free school lunch and breakfast. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I also know people in my life that specifically got it as children.
Their parents didn't make enough, so they got free lunch and stuff.
Yeah, so that's exactly and Donald Trump is literally, through the big beautiful bill, cutting 420,000 children per month on average off of their access to free school lunch and breakfast from what they had prior. So, I mean, if you're okay with getting rid of children's access to food, then I think that's pretty fucked.
I mean, I am fully for the free lunch program.
But you support the big beautiful bill.
Yeah.
That's contradictory because it
us
literally cuts the free school lunch program.
Yeah, but how much did that save all of us working Americans in tax dollars?
I work, and that's a very, very small portion of the budget. Incredibly small portion of the budget. If you want to get a lot more in terms of the budget, well, then you would have specifically gone after the massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. You would have gone after the Department of Defense, where we spend over $900 billion a year, $9 trillion over the next 10 years. You would go after that money. Why would you go after the children getting fucking lunch and breakfast? Like, seriously, where are your priorities? Go after the millionaires and billionaires getting massive tax breaks and getting tax loopholes and, like, getting massive subsidies. All right, go after that. Go after the Department of Defense, right? Specifically spending so much money. Do not go after the children eating food. That's nuts.
Dude, it's 1% of Americans that are getting that millionaire tax break. Like, there's not that many millionaires.
Meaning meaning that if you tax millionaires more, you're not negatively impacting that many people, specifically in terms of the increase in tax, but you're helping a lot of children by ensuring that they have food to eat.
I mean, if each state, which Trump gave each state the power to control the schools, they have that ability to give that to their students. And some states are still doing that.
No. Again, you understand.
And my kids have free lunch.
Listen. You understand 420,000 children less will have access to free school lunch and breakfast. Do you realize it's 420,000 children in America that will literally have less food?
Because of the states they live in, right?
Because of specifically the big beautiful bill.
I mean, I live in Michigan, and my kids still get free lunch, and I make a decent salary that's way over budget of what would qualify for free lunch
And
system.
other people are getting cut access to that same thing because they live in red states and because they don't get access to it because of the big beautiful bill. So why are you okay with you specifically receiving it, whereas other people specifically you think shouldn't be receiving it?
I mean, all kids should receive it. If you're at school and
If all
we
kids should
pay
receive
tax dollars for school,
if you agree with me that kids should receive it, then why do you want to cut children off of it by supporting the big beautiful bill?
because that's not what the big beautiful bill is
It
all
does.
about.
It does.
It's not just about
The
cutting
congressional
school
budget.
lunches.
The Congressional Budget Office indicates that the big beautiful bill does this.
I mean, it may be part of it, but it doesn't contribute to the whole thing, and that's not all it's about.
Wait, I'm sorry. You saying that that's not all it's about? You're saying you're willing to cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast, right? Because of what specific aspect of the big beautiful bill? What makes you overlook all of this, the hungry children?
What big beautiful bill part of that cut their school funding for lunches or breakfast?
I'm telling you,
or
I'm giving you the Congressional Budget Office analysis.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. I'm telling you who's citing it. They specifically cite the aspect of the bill.
Whereas, you got the article?
Yeah, look
That
up.
says
Yeah,
that?
yeah, look up CBO report.
CB what?
CBO report, and then type in what you're
CBO?
looking for. So big beautiful bill. And then you can, even if you want to hyper specifically look for that aspect of the CBO report, you can look up 420,000 children kicked off free school lunch and breakfast, and it will literally show you that as an aspect of the CBO report, because I've read the aspect of the CBO report that indicates that. Soul, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, we'll definitely have to go and talk about that. The Biden policy. Lovey, thank you so much for the $10 for hi. I needed those free lunches. My parents worked so hard every day, all day, just to put a roof over my head. Children should not starve because of this. And all you can say is, but me, selfish, honestly. It really is. It really is. Chris, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Chris. Give me some W's for Chris in the comment section right now. Thank you, Chris.
End of the day, I mean, if you have kids, you should provide for them, even if they're at school. I mean, my kids go to lunch or go to school with lunch. They get breakfast before they leave.
I understand.
I mean,
but like, given that it is the case that parents cannot provide it in certain circumstances, we want to ensure that children have access to it. We understand the realities of how life operates.
Yeah, for sure. If people cannot afford that, they should be able to get some kind of something at school.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. So like,
but at the end of the day, the states should pay for that. It shouldn't be a federal thing.
Wait. If the states can't pay for it, do you want the federal government to be there to ensure that children have access to it?
No, I want the states to cover their own people.
So if the states choose not to provide, then you're okay with that?
Then this the state's issue.
So you're okay with
I mean,
the children
there's
starving
states
in
are
so
ran by
you're
different
okay
people.
you're okay with children starving in those states because it is the case that those states
I
do
mean, they're not
provide
going
that
to
access.
starve. I mean, clearly they're not going to starve. I mean, apparently, if you have the means to have a kid in life, you should be able to afford that kid. So you should be able to feed them.
But you don't. But what you're doing is you're punishing children. You're harming children.
I'm not punishing children.
You are. You're saying because
my children are taken care of.
I understand.
I work.
But you
My
don't
wife
want to.
works.
But you don't want to ensure that other children, right, are taken care of. You're not trying to ensure that every child in this country is ensured that they are taken care of.
I mean, I pay my fair share in taxes, so whatever it goes to, it goes to. If it's paying for children's food for lunches and breakfast, great. I don't choose where my taxes go, but they get a good chunk of my money every month, every week, and it needs to be distributed appropriately in between the states. How much do you pay in taxes, a year for your state? You figure however many people you have in that state, there should be leftovers to feed the kids. That should be priority one with the tax dollars that we all pay per our states. Correct? Would you rather have your tax dollars go to USAID that sends it to foreign countries to do transgender propaganda or whatever BS they're doing over there?
There's no transgender propaganda that's going around all the world.
I mean, we supported
Specifically
them.
through
We
the
sent
context
them
of
money.
USAID. USAID
I mean-
would provide necessary medical services for people all around the world. There were people that literally died because of the cuts to USAID. I just want to let you know that.
Did you not see all the stuff that the wasted money we spent that Dodge found?
Doge specifically, right? That money
Yeah.
was itemized. Only 60 billion of it was itemized. And what you're not taking into account is that they would specifically qualify things as like wasteful spending in situations in which they weren't. They never looked at the Department of Defense, which never passed a audit. Like specifically, like in like the past, I'm pretty sure it's well over a decade. They haven't passed an audit. If you want to reference plenty of other conditions, they weren't looking at any of the wasteful spending under Trump's administration. I mean, he signed off on over $4 trillion more debt-related spending under his first administration, and his campaign plans for his next administration, comparative to Harris, would have done $4 trillion more, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, again, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government.
You realize Harris would have been an absolute disgrace, and everyone we would be the weakest country in the world.
And based on what
We're
set of
the
conditions?
strongest country in the world right now. No one wants to mess with Trump.
That's just not
Our
true.
tariffs
What
are
policies?
reciprocal.
Wait. Can you answer what specific policies would Kamala Harris advocate for that would make us so weak?
I mean, she literally pushes the whole left agenda of transgender ideology in schools, which doesn't belong in schools. It shouldn't be brought up. That it shouldn't be paid for by anybody. You're either born a man or a girl.
Okay, I'm sorry. What quote unquote trans ideology did she support in school systems?
I mean, that's all.
And how does that have to do with like society, like around the world, like and whether or not like we're respected? Like that makes no sense.
I mean, it's just what she's pushing, her agenda. The whole.
Tell me
left
what
side
specifically.
agenda is
Tell me what
socialism. Free groceries.
socialism. There we go.
Free groceries, free healthcare. Everyone gets everything free, and no one has to work for anything. What kind of world is that?
So she wasn't advocating for free groceries. There was never a single policy she advocated for free groceries.
How about free
in
healthcare?
terms of free healthcare, she didn't specifically in this particular run specifically like run on that like a lot, but they do support a public option, which I think is fantastic and amazing. Free healthcare is amazing. We should have a public option in this country. There should be no copays,
Right.
no deductibles, no premiums, and people should be able to get access to health insurance and healthcare free at the point of service. No one in this country should go bankrupt because of that. There's over 137 million Americans that are struggling because of medical debt in this country, which is around 1/3 of America. We can also point to the fact that that 45 to 68,000 American lives are lost every single year due to lack of health insurance, and that's because people can't afford preventative health care. They can't go and get yearly checkups and whatnot. Specifically, they can't afford that, and it is the case that leads to an increased likelihood of chronic conditions in the long run that the healthcare professionals simply can't respond to in time, meaning that they had a significantly greater likelihood of dying simply just because they couldn't afford health insurance. So if we do provide health insurance, it will reduce the likelihood that people die, and 45 to 68,000 American lives will not be lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. That's an important thing for us to address as a country. And when you say socialism, can you define socialism?
I mean, socialism is giving everything free, and that's basically what Mom Donnie's running on. He's absolute socialist.
Okay,
I'm
so
sure
I
you're
just want to
in
let you
favor of
know.
him.
I just want to let you know. Socialism is not quote unquote getting everything free. Actually, socialism is about economic democracy and workers controlling the means of production. Now, I'm not a socialist myself. I'm a social democrat, meaning that I'm a liberal that believes in a broader set of social safety nets and regulations in order to ensure that we have a capitalist economy that is like working well for everyone. All right. That's what I believe in. But I also acknowledge that what you're talking about isn't socialism. And what you're specifically trying to do is you're trying to act like Kamala Harris, one, is a socialist and was advocating for everything to be free, which is not true. And two, you were trying that to demean her economic policy, even though her economic policy is not only more fiscally responsible than Donald Trump's, but also has a better vision for like the for the economy in terms of economic growth, according to like literally top Nobel economists. Now again, you still have yet to mention specifically what the left agenda in terms of trans ideology in schools that Kamala Harris supported.
The fact that they're trying to push it into schools and teach it. That
what teach what? What did Kamala Harris support specifically?
Transgenders. Like
trans
saying
people.
It's okay. Like, hey,
it is okay to be trans.
Yeah, you're a 5-year-old boy, but you feel like a girl today, so go ahead and we're gonna let you go ahead and try to be a girl.
Well,
like,
so here's what it is.
Okay.
We're saying we're accepting of people, and we're going to let kids figure out who they are themselves, and you're saying that you want to force an ideology onto children, and you want to indoctrinate them to be cis. If we're going to let people... Wait, hold on, listen. We're going to let people and children specifically be who they are. We're not going to tell them who they are, specifically when it comes to those types of things. They will determine it themselves. Just because you say it's acceptable to be trans is not going to make children trans. I don't think you understand what it means to be trans, one, or anything about any of the conditions you're talking about. Kamala Harris didn't actually talk about trans people at all. That's one of the critiques that I would specifically bring up of Kamala Harris, was that she did not defend trans people enough. And now if you want to reference this, again, you still have yet to mention what specific policies she supported that injected trans ideology into school systems.
That's the whole left agenda, is everything against Trump.
Okay, so that's just all buzzwords. You don't even know what policy you're referencing. Seriously, can you name it? What's the policy that is injecting trans ideology into school systems?
I do not have the policy. Here's
you don't know. You don't know. So it's a buzzword. It's a set of buzzwords that you don't even know what you're referencing. Just like how you were referencing socialism. It's like woke to conservatives. You don't know what it means. You don't know what socialism is. You just say it's getting everything free because you've been told over and over again, socialism bad, socialism bad, right? Without actually knowing specifically what it is. You can have critiques of socialism. I do myself. I'm not a socialist, but you have to do it for specifically what it is and not just this buzzword and fucking caricature of socialism that it actually is not. That's just a straw man.
Okay. What you don't think anything Trump has done since he's been in office in 7 years or 7 months, whatever, he hasn't done anything good?
Not in a net basis. Like if you want to, or I guess I could say like the AI deepfake policy is a good policy. The increase the child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000 is good. The no tax on tips, $25,000 deduction for tips, the $12,500 deduction for overtime, and the deduction for Social Security. Those things are good, but that would have been all to a greater extent under the Harris administration. She would have retained all of the tax cuts for income under $400,000 a year, and she would have increased taxes for income over $400,000 a year, on income over $400,000 a year. That specifically would have been more fiscally responsible, would have reduced the debt, and it specifically would have provided greater amenities for people in the population by increasing the child tax credit, by expanding educational resources, by expanding infrastructure resources, reinvesting more into renewable energy policy. That's all policies she was specifically advocating for that would have benefited Americans, whereas Donald Trump's policy is going to disproportionately negatively impact low and middle income Americans because he's shifting the burden of taxation from people who are higher income to people who are lower income by replacing income tax with tariffs.
And you realize we are going for reciprocal tariffs. So we've been over tariffed for many, many years now. Do you agree with that or no?
I think that other countries have had tariffs on us. If you want to do a reciprocal tariff, you do a particular percentage on the particular industries that they place it on. The tariffs that Donald Trump's advocating for are universal, not on the specific industries that they put us on, and they're not calculated based upon the tariff rates that they put on our country. Also, he literally put tariffs on a fucking area, on an island, that was literally inhabited by only penguins with no imports or exports. I mean, it's just penguins. Why is he tariffing an island of penguins if it's reciprocal?
You never know when penguins want to get crazy, man.
I understand, right? I understand. The penguins might try to, drop some tariffs on us or something, but
yeah, they might get crazy.
The penguins yet did not have a tariff on us, so I'm sorry. I don't know why we'd be tariffing them in a reciprocal manner if they haven't placed a tariff on us.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. But at the end of the day, he's not doing a bad job compared to Biden. He answers everyone's questions. He does not talk to people. He doesn't hide. Not to mention the fact that Biden was...
Can I play a clip real quick? You said he answers all questions. I would love for you to take a quick listen to this question. Listen to this real quick. This is him answering a question about how long detainees would expect to stay in
Listen to his
expect to stay in Alligator Alcatraz.
answer.
Yeah.
Dana Marie McNichol, Fox News Channel. Mr. President, is there an expected time frame to take your days, weeks, months? And does that have anything to do with the immigration judges you just spoke about being trained and staffed here?
When you say, what was the first part of your question?
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here? Days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here at Alligator
I'm going to
Alcatraz.
spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I want to, for 4 years, I've got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. You know, my vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place, nice little cottage to stay at, right? But we have a lot of fun, and I'm a big contributor to Florida. You know, pay a lot of tax, and a lot of people move from New York, and I don't know what New York is going to do. A lot of people moved to Florida from New York, and it was for a lot of reasons, but one of them was taxes. The taxes are so high.
Okay. Do you remember what the question was?
Yeah.
What was the question?
How long are the immigrants going to stay at Alligator Alcatraz?
Yeah, and what was his answer to the question?
It was how long he was going to stay in Florida. Yeah, I get it. But your president, Biden, couldn't even find his way off a stage. So, I mean, where are we at this point?
You mean one time where, like, he looked in
I mean,
different
it was more
areas?
than
Like,
one
I'm
time
sorry.
where they had
Him
to
looking
babysit.
in different areas is not comparable to that fucking incoherent response. Also, why you had to reach all the way back to Biden when the last candidate was Harris? Do you want to compare the cognitive levels of Harris comparative to Trump?
wasn't voted in,
Harris is significantly more cognitively aware than fucking Donald Trump. It is not even close. It is not even fucking close. The fact that you even
Harris
think
was
that's
not
comparable
even
is...
She was not even voted in to be that. They just kind of picked
Wait,
her.
I'm sorry.
There
Okay,
should have been a
listen here.
vote.
Listen here. If a president steps down, what happens?
The vice president takes over.
Okay, so when
They
Biden
forced him out.
wait. When Biden steps down, what happens?
If he steps down, which he did not step down.
Wait. So
he
voters
said
in the
I'm not
primaries,
running again.
voted for Biden, knowing that if Biden were to step down, that Harris would step up. Okay, that's people in the primaries voted for Biden, knowing that. Okay, so Biden steps down, Harris steps up, and you're like, the voters did not vote for that. What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, they did. That's literally what the fucking primaries were. They voted for Biden-Harris. Meaning if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. That's literally who they voted for. What are you talking about?
I mean, you could have literally picked anybody else other than Harris, and you probably would have had a better shot.
If you're a Democrat and you prefer Harris to Biden, type 3 in the comment section. Do you think do you think Democrats are genuinely mad about Harris being the candidate over Biden? Come on.
Yeah, because she was even dumber than him. She just
name
word
one.
salads
Oh, wait,
all day.
name one. Name one. Okay, name one reason why you believe that Kamala Harris was quote unquote dumb.
Have you ever heard any of her conversations that she's had in public?
Yes. Yes.
TV?
I will defend
And
any.
it's just word salad on word salad?
Give me any circumstance where what she said was word salad.
I mean, pull up any one of her interviews.
Okay,
mean,
I will.
I
Do you
mean,
want me
you're
to-
going to find a good one, but go ahead.
Wait.
and
Okay. Wait.
type in
Wait.
word-
So do you
type in
pull
word
it up?
salad.
You pull it up then. If you think me pulling it up will be biased, you pull it up.
No, I'll pull it up. Hold up.
Okay. Well,
YouTube
let's listen in. Let's listen in. Fairy, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Get some W's from Fairy in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Ethan with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kathy with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kathy, let me know what day. I would totally. Kevin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Please let me know what day, Kathy. I gotta know. Okay. We'll give him a second to find the information. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of
It's
YouTube.
very important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders, for us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist in our present, and to be able to contextualize it, to understand where we exist in the history and in the moment as it relates not only to the past but the future. So the United States...
That made total sense. Wait. How was that incoherent? Wait, how is that incoherent? How is that word salad? How is her saying that you have to contextualize where you are in history fucking too incoherent for you? How is that word salad? Wait, I'm sorry. You not understanding something, it doesn't mean it's word salad.
Here you go.
For us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist in our present, and to be able to contextualize it, to understand where we exist in the history and in the moment as it relates not only to the past but the future. So the United States shares a very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea. And it is an alliance that is strong and enduring. The point about progress.
She meant to say South Korea.
Have a vision and a belief and some faith in what can be, unburdened by what has been. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know? What can be.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, hold up. Can you pause it? Can I speak?
Yeah.
She's saying that. Wait, I'm so confused. You're playing a small little clip where she's talking about how we can be unburdened by different types of things that could happen within society, but you're not contextualizing it of specifically what she's referencing to. That's not the only connotation of what she said.
This is
if you take into account
video.
Wait, that doesn't prove any point of yours. None of this is word salad. This is just that was just out of context. That's not word salad.
Yeah, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She just
What are you
talks.
talking about?
I mean, there's more.
Wait, but the first one I explained to you. You said that was a bad clip for you to show. And then the second one was just the second one that or I think it was either the second or third you brought up. Literally was just an out of context thing where you just don't know what she was specifically referring to quite yet within the speech.
Here's another
country in Europe. It
Yes,
exists
I've heard
next
this.
to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong. I think that.
Wait, I'm sorry. All she's doing is explaining the conflict in super simple terms for idiots like you. Like, quite frankly, that's what she's doing. Because a lot of MAGA supporters don't know what's going on. They don't know what Russia's doing is bad. You know what I mean? Like, she has to explain it to Trump supporters. So of course she's going to explain it in such a simplified way. By the way, that's not word salad for her to simplify it that way. That's not word salad. I'm sorry, you're misunderstanding what word salad is. I'm going to give you an example of what word salad is. It's stuff that like genuinely makes no fucking sense at all. Let me give you an example of this. Would you like to hear an example? This is a great example of why Donald Trump engages in word salad. Take a listen here. Take a listen.
You have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
That's word salad. What the fuck? What the fuck does that mean? What? That made no damn sense. Or what about this? This is also word salad.
So I think one area of mutual agreement and priority is vegetation management. But I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests. and actually work together with that science is going to be key. Because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay. It'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows.
He thinks science doesn't know and that the Earth is going to start cooling when 97% of climate scientists not only agree that the climate is increasing global temperatures, but it's also because of humans. Oh, and then here's another clip of literal, genuine word salad. You've got to hear this one. This one is a really interesting one. This one, let's just say batteries, sharks.
Last for a very short period of time. So I said, let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people too. A lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, you know, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single
time. I tell you that.
I'm not getting near the shark.
Can you tell me what the fuck that meant?
I have no idea, but it's no worse than anything Biden has ever said.
No, don't reach back but to Biden. In terms of Harris, do you think there's anything comparable you could ever show me to those few clips that I just showed you about Trump? Do you think there's anything comparable that you could show me with Harris in terms of literally word salad, right? That is anything comparable?
If I literally went through YouTube, I'm sure I could find something.
I'll give you time. You want me to give you time?
I mean, I don't know how to look at it, and
you don't know how to look things up on the internet?
No, I don't know how to look.
I'll give you time. I can't hear you while you go and look things up. Every minute and 30 seconds, make sure to come back so you can see me. Make sure every 1 minute and 30 seconds to come back so you can see me, just so you don't get kicked from the stream. I'll talk to someone else in the meantime while you go find that information.
Right on.
Alrighty. We'll wait for Lenny to come back with that information. Lori, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for when and how often do you go live? Lori, I go live every single day. You can always check out the live stream on the VODs on my YouTube. They're always there, the VODs. Every single day, you can just go to my lives, and it should have all of the ones from every single day. I typically go live later in the day, around 5 p.m. Pacific time or 9 a.m. Pacific time, just depending on the day, depending on whether or not my girlfriend is busy earlier on or later on. Tomorrow, I might be on earlier on. I'll keep everyone updated. Tomorrow morning, I might be on. Iris, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Iris. Screw some W's for Iris in the comment section. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. To help this guy out real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps push it out to more people. Helps push it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on. I'll probably get 1 or 2 more guests on. I knew today was going to be a little bit shorter of a live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? You're really far from your mic, or it's really quiet. Okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. How many likes do we have on YouTube, everybody? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're gay.
Okay, they leave. We're at 1,700 likes, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000. I really appreciate everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. All right, let's get the next person up here. Wait, did they just leave? Yo, it's Valdi, or did I accidentally kick them? I don't think I did. Yo, it's how old are you? Lenny, if you're there, I will bring you back up. Zoe, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Abortion is healthcare. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I did. I support most of his policies, but not him specifically.
If you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump with the information you have right now, would you vote for Donald Trump?
I would have to, just because he stands for more of what I say. But maybe I wouldn't have
Such
voted.
as?
Such as, well, I'm anti-abortion. I am Christian.
And do you believe in separation of church and state?
Yeah, I do, but I believe that the argument for anti-abortion can be defended from a non-religious point of view.
Yeah, I understand, but like, is your perspective going to defend it from a non-religious point of view?
Yeah, I could do both.
What was your birth year, by the way, sir?
My birth year, 02.
And how old are you?
22.
What month?
What month? November.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, you gotcha.
So if you believe in separation of church and state, a reason for why abortion access should be legal or not legal is not going to be because of Christianity. So what would be your like secular reason as to why?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm still like, also I'm stoked I get to talk to you because I'm still just like formulating a lot of thoughts. But yeah, I think there's enough science to indicate that pre-born life inside the womb is unique human life. It's unique DNA. It's not a part of the mother at all. And I believe it's a consequence of unprotected sex, which people shouldn't be having if they don't want the risk of, getting pregnant. And yeah, at the end of the day, it's not a part of the mother's body at all. It's a unique life. And left untouched, it'll continue to grow and become a full human. So that's just where I stand right now.
Okay. So do you think that how you identify the differences in people is going to be based upon the differences in human DNA?
You mean like the difference between one person to another is human DNA?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's kind
Okay.
of the difference between all of us.
So identical twins with the exact same DNA. Not all identical twins have the same DNA, but some do. You're saying they're the same
Mhm.
person?
They're not the same person. I think this is where it gets a little interesting. I believe in the soul. They don't have the same soul. They can have the same DNA.
What's the distinct? How do you identify a difference in soul? What is the soul? And that
Well,
seems religious to me.
Yeah, well, I guess so. Would you, from non-religious standpoint, would you say there's something more happening inside of us than just, physical matter?
Once you meet the point of sentience, and what do you mean by
Well-
physical matter?
Well, I mean, like, I think it can be the same DNA, but there's different sentience.
So wait, sentience comes around 20 to 24 weeks. So are you saying you value it at that point? Why would you value it prior?
No, I do value it at conception.
So then why?
But why? Well, because it's unique.
What do you mean it's unique?
Like, the DNA is brand new DNA.
You could say the same thing about DNA in your mouth in terms of microorganisms.
So I'm just trying to figure out.
Is it wrong to brush your teeth and to kill those microorganisms?
Well, no, but so the thing is, a developing fetus left untouched will become a sentient human being.
Okay, so it's on the natural route to become this thing. Are IUDs murder? Because it is the case that the zygotes were en route to implant, and the IUD can prevent it from implanting.
Well, then I guess to be consistent, I'd have to say yeah.
Yeah, you'd also have to say people who engage in the process of IVF, that they're engaging in murder as well. Like, because they discard a bunch of zygotes and embryos within the process of IVF.
Gotcha. And are those fertilized in that process? Because I think that's where the conception happens.
Yes, they're after fertilization.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, I guess I'd have to do more research on that to totally form an opinion, and not to like say anything I don't actually agree with, but that's an interesting point you bring up.
Because like I don't think that you would have the intuition that IVF is wrong, even if we're discarding zygotes and embryos. And I also don't think that you have the intuition that putting babies in freezers is acceptable, but we're totally okay with freezing embryos.
Gotcha.
Because we don't think that they're babies, right?
Well, again, not going to say anything that I'm not totally sure exactly what I'm agreeing to or not. So, well, then maybe I will maybe I will backpedal a little bit and say most of my opinions on abortion do come from religion as well. Working on a way to debate that with someone who's not religious, if I'm just being totally honest with you. But again, I mean, like I said, that's
I can have a conversation with you based upon being religious. Like, so like here's my kind of point on that is, do you think all sin should be illegal?
All sin?
Yeah.
Well, from a government standpoint, no.
Okay. How do you know what sin should be illegal and what sin should not be illegal?
Hold up, give me 1 second. So you're saying like, I think all sin is wrong, but in order to make all sin illegal, you would have to impose on people's freedoms, and those are the same freedoms that give us religious freedom. So no, we can't impose on those as well. Is that the question? I'm trying to figure that out.
Sorry, repeat what you just said there.
Yeah, so in order to make all sin illegal, we would therefore have to impose on other people's freedoms, and those same freedoms are what give us as Christians the freedom to practice our religion. So no, we can't.
Okay, so then like why would abortion
but
be you should give people the freedom to commit abortion, right?
Well, I think there's a difference between a crime and a sin. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but like I'm essentially trying to identify at what point do you think that it should be a crime and at what point do you think it should be a sin? And I'm saying that what you identify to be a crime is not predicated off of what you believe to be a sin. Otherwise, you would think that people who say to their children that Santa Claus exists, that they should go to prison. Adulterers should go to prison like Donald Trump, right? Everyone who sins should go to prison, meaning literally everyone on the planet should go to prison, which would be a ridiculous assertion. So obviously you don't believe just because someone sins means it should be illegal. So what is your basis for what should be illegal? Well, it's going to be your own subjective opinion, literally. Okay,
no,
so
it's actually just the Bible.
The Bible. What in the Bible?
So I think maybe I didn't say that clearly. So I guess what I'm saying is sin against, I mean, I know this is probably not where you stand, but sin against God is one thing, and sin against other human beings is another. Something like murder or something that is an evil act against another human being should be illegal.
Should blasphemy of the Holy Spirit be illegal?
Well, again, that's a sin before the Lord, not a sin against another human being.
Sure. Okay, so should adultery be illegal?
Should adultery be illegal? Well, again, that's not like that's not a sin that would like affect anyone else's freedoms or something like that.
What?
You know what I'm saying? Like, let me figure out how I want to say this. Again, I also still processing a lot of stuff in my head, so sorry if I'm not totally like clear on everything. But
that harms the person.
Not physically. It doesn't restrict any of their freedoms. Yeah, I think it's wrong.
So I have a question. Do you think fraud should be illegal?
Fraud? Oh yeah, and I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay. Do you think so wait, to clarify, even if it doesn't lead to like a circumstance in which it takes away from someone else's freedom?
Well, I mean, generally fraud is just like a form of theft. So yeah, that is kind of imposing on someone else's rights to
something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. What about lying in court?
Lying in court? Well, yeah, that's already illegal.
Illegal, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, but like, that's technically not causing that effect, right?
Well, I mean, so I guess like lying in court is
Should
something
that not be
that's.
illegal under your view?
I think I'm getting a little confused as to what exactly we're getting
Should
at.
lying in court be illegal under your view?
Yeah, for sure.
Why?
Well, because when you're in court, you're there to discuss a issue or a problem, and
But
lying,
what was your standard for whether or not something should be illegal?
if it imposes on someone else's freedoms.
Yeah, does that restrict from someone else's freedoms? Specifically for
Well,
like if you were to lie in court, how does that restrict from someone else's freedoms?
if I'm lying in court, it could greatly do that, just because like it affects the way the court case would be moved. It affects how the outcome of that could be like it's fraud essentially.
So it can affect people in other ways. Okay, same thing with adultery, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I guess I'll, like, again, I'm going to keep saying I think all of this stuff is wrong, and I'm not trying to like vouch for any of it.
Sure.
Just
I actually do have to get going here, but I just want you to sit
Okay.
on that real quick, and I want you to think if everything should be, if sin should be illegal, right? What sin should be illegal, and essentially what is establishing whether it should be illegal? It's not the Bible. The Bible doesn't solely in every circumstance determine what should be illegal. There's going to be a point where it's going to be a lot of your own opinion in terms of what should be illegal and what shouldn't be. And then you're going to have to come back to a position of, without the context of religion, establishing why you hold that position to be the case. And it's really hard for you to do that.
For sure. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Again, like, don't want to agree to anything that I don't totally agree with, but I appreciate you taking time to chat about it, and I'm thinking about it.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Cool. Later, bro.
All right, everyone. I'm going to get off for tonight. I love everyone so much. Make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Tomorrow morning, I should be on. No. I'm getting off right now. I love everyone so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I just want to say, Leslie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Leslie. Can we get some W's for Leslie in the comment section? And blessed. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I have no clue why. It's actually crazy. Thank you so much, though, Leslie. I really appreciate it. Emily, thank you for the $1.57. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Donald, thank you for the $1. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everyone. Have a fantastic night. I will see everyone tomorrow. I love everyone so very much. Make sure to like my stream on YouTube. Go check out some of my videos on YouTube. I'd really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate it. Is there someone I can raid right now? Let me see. 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 Everyone, you can go to Jaden's Live. Look up Jaden LeBron. Jaden LeBron. JAYDENLIBRAN. Look up Jaden LeBron. Spam Parker raid. Spam Love and Parker, everyone. I don't see Santana live right now, actually. But yeah, everyone go to Jaden's Live. Spam Parker raid. Spam Love and Parker. I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Good night, everyone.